Oh. Breaking out that 70s funk. I know y'all can't deal with it. You can't deal with it. It's too much for you. What are you gonna do? I wasn't even around when this kind of music was the thing, but it's funky, man. It's good. That's why it's nice to go back to, you know, the old, the 70s, the 60s, sometimes the 50s. You can find some good stuff, man. This isn't even, like, originally from the 70s. This is made to sound like the 70s. Pretty interesting, though. Can't use too much of that song anymore, though. We're gonna have to probably... I'm gonna probably have to edit that out in post, because although it is royalty-free, they still charge for a license for that song. And I don't want to pay that, so... yeah. That song can now go away. We're gonna go back to our old school stuff. Our old, truly royalty-free, copyright-free music that we use. From the 80s. Anyways, so how's it going, man? Is it going for you all? It's going for me. It's Saturday. It's 9:55 a.m. September 9th. Yeah, wow, it's already the 9th of September. I will say this. August felt like it just kind of went by. Seriously, it just whizzed right by. And I'm actually fine with that. There were only a couple of days that felt like absolute poop. And that's because there were like 105 degrees. Which happens. But thankfully, I just was like, okay, let's just not even count the days. Let's just go. And so that's what we did. Just ignored the days. And before you know it, yeah, August is over. Thank you. So glad it's gone. We're already into September. But a lot of you don't realize this, but September, a majority of the month, is still summer. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that. They think, oh, it's September, it's fall. No. No. It is not fall officially until like September 20th or 21st. I forget exactly when that changeover is. Let me see. When does fall start? Oh, here we go. It starts Saturday, September 23rd. Okay, so yeah, it's usually about the 20th or the 21st, but it looks like this time it's apparently going to be right on the 23rd. But very, very early in the morning is when it officially goes over. Like, we actually get to that point within our orbit around the sun. It says here that it starts exactly at 1:49 a.m., approximately. Okay, so I won't say exactly, approximately. 1:49 a.m. So basically it starts on about the 22nd and into the 23rd. 23rd is at, you know, very early in the morning when it's official. So yeah, we're still in the summer, man, and it is still blazingly hot outside. Just because we move into September does not mean that it's any cooler. So, yeah. But anyways, what's up with you guys? I guess if you all want, we can do the MewTwo stuff again. Oh, and that little piece of art you see there? I got bored and I was like, hey, let's render Mewtwo. So I gave it a sample picture to work with. And I said, okay, let's make it realistic. And apparently the AI thought he was like a robotic sort of creature, cat-looking thing. So that's what you get. There were a handful of other pictures it came up with, but this was probably the best one. And it looks like he's holding some kind of gun. Yeah, he's got like a little light gun or something. I don't know what that is. Yeah. But it actually still looks kind of neat. The feet are a little weird, but overall it looks kind of nice. Yeah, like I said, it made him look like a cat. Oh well. So yeah, only a few more days until it's DLC time, which I think is what, on Thursday? Isn't it the 13th? Let me see. Well, actually, hold on. Let me see. When does the DLC come out? The Pokemon DLC. Oops. Okay, that's not right. Pokemon Scarlet Violet. September 13th. Okay. Will reportedly arrive 10 a.m. Japanese Standard Time. Giving us the following release times. Okay. So it looks like about 4 o'clock on September 12th is when it's going to go live for me. When is the 12th? Is that like a Wednesday? No, it's a Tuesday. Oh, wow. Okay, that's a lot sooner than I thought. I was thinking it was gonna be like on Thursday. Okay, so it looks like, yeah, approximately 4 o'clock is when it's gonna go live. So if that's the case, then I guess that's when we'll actually do the next stream. Yeah, because I want to do it like right when the DLC comes out, so we can immediately get to work on it. So let's see here. I just want to be absolutely certain. Why? Really? Apparently it's telling me... Actually, wait, hold on. What? Okay, these times are really confusing. Oh, okay, never mind. So no, it's not 4 p.m. Central Time. It's 8 p.m. Central Time, September 12th. Okay, so it's going to be a little later in the evening. That's actually good that it's on a Tuesday, though, because that means there's no football. So we won't be battling anybody. Okay, so yeah, we're going to be doing that. Wow, I guess I'm doing an evening stream. Haven't done an evening stream in a long time. Oh, wow. Okay, so I got to mark that down. So Tuesday at 8 p.m. In fact, I'll probably start slightly before then, and then because I'm already patched up and everything, so it should be fine. But we'll start slightly before that, and then we'll just do it. Anyways, so yeah, let's actually get rocking and rolling here in the game. Let me move this over to my monitor. There we go. Okay, and oh my gosh, I'm surrounded by Valiants. Look at them; they're all like ready to kill me at this point. They're like, "We'll get you." Okay, never mind. Oh, that's right. I think I had a sandwich for fighting, didn't I? Yeah, I still got like 7 minutes on that sandwich. I got bored, had a sandwich, like you do. And now I'm in this cave, so that's why I'm getting all of these little guys. I think I was just farming up mostly... Oh, I gotta change out that kilowatt roll, don't I? Yeah, I do. I don't need the kilowatt roll in there anymore. I don't know who to train now. I'm kind of out of training targets. I've trained at pretty much every Pokemon that I have. With the exception, obviously, of the ones that are in the party. But yeah, look at them all. They're all in the mid-90s. Anything else? I know there's this Chansey, but it's a shiny, and I've already got a trained-up shiny Chansey, so I don't really need it. I really don't know who else to train. It's a good thing the DLC's coming out, because I'll be able to catch more Pokemon. And again, same thing with these Garganicles. One of them's a shiny, and one of them was just a special. So I don't really need to train them. I guess at this point I could shiny hunt or do some breeding. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know who to put in there instead of the kilowatt roll. I can't think of anything that really needs to be trained. Again, same thing with this Roaring Moon. I already have a trained up one. Yeah, anyone that you see here that isn't level 100, I probably already have a level 100 version of it. Oh my god, there's this like tiny fly that's just like hanging around here in my monitors because the monitors let off a certain amount of light. And you know how these tiny little flies are? Sometimes they'll see the light and they'll be like, oh my god, it's light! And they go crazy. Well, there's this little fly. It's just one tiny little fly, and he's just like hanging around my monitor, and he keeps flying around. And every now and then he'll just fly right at me, and so I'm like, oh my gosh. And he's so tiny. He's almost like a little tiny fruit fly. You know how tiny those things are? It's impossible to catch them. And they almost never land. So he's just flying around here, bugging the heck out of me. Ugh. I have one of those little electronic fly swatters, the ones that you put batteries in. But yeah, again, he's so tiny that he's so tiny that he can actually go through it and not get hit. So it's kind of, and even then I'd have to be swinging like crazy, and I really don't want to swing an electronic device around my $350 monitor. Just really don't want to do that. So yeah. All I did was I actually took a piece of packing tape and I stuck it by the monitor with the hopes that he'll get, sloppy and just go and just run into it. And there you go. Oh, that's right. I got a shiny Spidops. I could train that guy up. Let me put the Spidops in here then. DJ says, "Hi, I want a Mewtwo." Did you not get a Mewtwo last week? Yeah, if you didn't get one last week, we can try to put together a team. I still have my Mew that I was using last week, and he's still trained in that way, so he can still go. Oh, you joined in the last 5 minutes of the last stream. Oh, okay. Yeah, if you weren't able to get into one of our battles, like I said, I still have my Mew. Do you have a Mew though? Because I wouldn't say Mew is required, but he absolutely helps. It is much easier to do that Mewtwo raid if you have a Mew. If you don't have a Mew, there are other options, but it will be harder for you. My voice audio... Oh, because I think I moved my mic away from me for a minute. How about that? Is that a little bit better? I pushed the mic away from me for a minute, and I just completely forgot to bring it back. Your Mew isn't strong enough? Well, you gotta level that sucker up. You gotta level him up, man. If you want, we can go do a few regular raids and get you some candies and stuff. See if you can get it trained up. Yeah, because like I said, Mew is the best option. You do want to make sure, obviously, that's EV trained and hyper trained and all that stuff. But yeah, let me run out of here. In fact, I don't need to do that. I can just go over here. Where is my Mew raid? Oh, well, there's my 6-star. Okay. Where is my Mew raid? There it is. Okay, so he's just right over here. So we'll go and grab this fire guy. And hopefully... It is one of the event Pokemon, but they still give candies. And if it's a Blissey, they should give a good amount of candies. So we'll go do that. Alright, let's see. Yeah, because I'm not going to spend the entire stream just doing Mewtwo raids. It's at this point with me, because we did like 3 Mewtwo raids last week. So we don't really need, or at least I don't really need to do any. But if anybody actually needs Mewtwo, I will help. Let's see, where's one of my fire dudes? Actually, not fire, I need water. Where's Palkia? Where are you, Paprika? There you are. Okay, we'll bring some Paprika. Oh, I'm in offline. Oh, crap. Hold on. Cancel. There we go. Forgot I gotta go to online mode real quick. Ooh. I did something that I wasn't really sure was going to work out for me. Hot take, Mewtwo is one of the most overrated legendaries. It depends how you look at it. He is very strong. Mewtwo is exceptionally strong, I will say that. Is he the best legendary? That's hard to say, because it's that sort of thing is subjective. You know, whereas some people like, you know, a legendary that's really strong in one aspect. You know, there could be a group of other people that like another legendary that's stronger in a different mode of playing the game. It's very much a subjective thing. Like, technically, Arceus is supposed to be like the god, like the big, you know, kind of god sort of legendary. But he's not the best, I don't think. At least not how I play him. In fact, I don't really play him very much at all. I think he's good in the sense that you can just make him whatever type you want him to be. So that's where his benefit comes in. And Mew, not Mewtwo, but Mew is good because, again, he's very customizable. You can tailor him to however you want him to be. You can train him in virtually every single move. So if you want him to be an attacker, he can be an attacker. If you want him to be a support, he can be support. Or he can just do a lot of tech moves, you know, just to, like, change stats and stuff like that. So there we go, there's the code. Hopefully this little Blissey raid will give you some candies. In fact, I think there's only a few of you here, so I'll leave this open until it hits about 2 minutes or so, and then we can just go, just to get grinding away. Oh, look, it's Bullet. Bullet and the bear. I'm the bear. But yeah, in case you all didn't hear earlier, I am going to be doing a stream on Tuesday night. As it is right now, it's going to start probably just before 8 p.m. Central Time. So I don't know if you guys are in this similar time zone, if you're going to be doing something else, but that's the time that the DLC is supposed to go live. So that's what I'm going to do. Hopefully there's no problems with it going live. If there are, then I guess it's going to be a pretty short stream. But if not, then I'm basically just going to stream and play the game. Yeah, probably won't be doing any sort of raids or anything that evening. Just going to be messing around with the game. Finding the new areas. Going and catching all the newly available Pokemon. Some of the newer ones too. That should be fun. And like I was saying earlier, it's a good thing we're getting the DLC now because I'm almost out of Pokemon to train and stuff at this point. I wouldn't say I'm bored of the game, but I'm getting to the point where it's like, well, what else do I do? So the DLC is going to be a good thing for me. Not like it matters here. I'll just do some chilling water. Yeah, because Bullet's basically just going to do his thing here. I imagine he's just going to probably do some swords and then just whack the crap out of it. Actually, here, let's go ahead and just do some liquidation. Oh, I didn't think it would hit him that hard. Yeah, I actually didn't want to hit him that hard because I wanted to give Bullet a chance to hit him without the shield being on. Oh, well, it doesn't matter now. One thing I would hope that they do, they're probably not going to, but you know how when you get into these raids that camera position is fixed? I want them to give us the option to change the camera angle. Like how, again, when you're out in the open world and you face a Pokemon, you can change the camera angle. You can move your point of view around. When you're in these raids, though, you can't do that. And I really would like it sometimes if I can just change my camera angle. Because, again, like that angle right there, because Palkia is so big, it gives you kind of the under sort of camera angle, and it just doesn't look right to me. That's actually not bad. Not the most candies we could have gotten. Oh, actually, that's not bad at all. Let me see how many candies we get there. 3 XLs and 20 large. That should give you a good amount of levels right there, man. Well, even with your Mew, you can always just change the Tera type. Yeah, you can change Mew's Tera type into whatever you want. And again, it depends what you do with your Mew. Like, my Mew, I don't even terrorize him. Terrestrialize him. He's terrorizing Mew. Leave him alone. That was actually pretty funny. Anyways, I don't terrestrialize my Mew. I just leave him the way he is. Because the majority of the stuff that I do with my Mew supports the team. He doesn't really attack. So, and in most cases, whenever we do the Mew raid, most of the people that are attacking, they will generally terrestrialize into Bug. Because they want to do the Bug type moves. And of course, when you terrestrialize into Bug and you're doing Bug type moves, you get the stab bonus. Which is something you really, really want. Yeah, without the stab bonus, you don't hit nearly as hard, but with the stab bonus, oh yeah, you can start rocking Mewtwo pretty hard. Again, it depends what you're going to be doing with your Mew. If you're going to be doing support, it's a completely different list of moves. Well, maybe not completely. There's one similar move, but like I said, if you're doing support, you're going to change the different move types that you're doing. If you're doing attack, again, you're gonna build it differently. That got him from level 23 to 81. Oh, okay, that's good. That's what I was saying. When you got all those candies, that should have definitely boosted you. And while you're doing it, make sure you're giving him vitamins too. You're gonna want to try to max out his special attack. I think it is. Because Struggle Bug, I can't remember off the top of my head. Is Struggle Bug special or? Hold on, let me look at my Mew real quick. And at least this way you can kind of see how I tailored mine. What did I do with my Mew? He's around here somewhere. Technically, you could also use Mewtwo in the Mewtwo fight. Like, if you already have a Mewtwo, you could use your current Mewtwo. Let's see, was this the one I was using? Yes, this is the one I was using. There you go. This is what I was using. Struggle Bug, Helping Hand, Life Dew, and Light Screen. But again, this particular Mew is a supporter. So basically what I go in there is I will start with Light Screen, and I always keep that up to make sure it's up, because the Light Screen obviously helps with the damage mitigation. Life Dew is for healing. Helping Hand is the big one, because if you go in there with, say, 2 supporters and 2 attackers, then yeah, you just want to be going back and forth between the 2 attackers and giving them Helping Hand. Struggle Bug is good because it lowers Mewtwo's special attack stat. So yeah, if you're going supporter, you're going to want to go with pretty much this. If you're going to be doing attack, then you're probably going to want to go with physical attacks, because Mewtwo will use Calm Mind over and over and over again. I mean, like, a lot. He uses it all the time. So eventually his special attack is going to be maxed out. Or not a special attack, his special defense is going to be maxed out. So if you're doing special moves against him, you're going to do virtually no damage. So you're probably going to want to go with Leech Life. Leech Life, again, I don't actually have the Leech Life build, but Leech Life obviously heals yourself, and then it does a good amount of physical damage to Mewtwo. So that's what somebody else was using. You want to go attack? Oh. Sorry, I had to mute myself for a minute. I had to clear my throat. If you're going to go attack, then you're definitely going to want to do Leech Life at least. You're obviously going to want to max out your attack. Trying to think. Like I said, I didn't use the Leech Life Mewtwo, so I don't know exactly what other moves they had. Bullet, if you're still there, did you do the Leech Life Mew? I can always look it up. Let me jump over here real quick. Let's see. Here we go. Leech. No, that's not it. That's not what I'm looking for. Build for Mewtwo raid. Here we go. Bug Tera with Leech Life, Sword Dance, Misty or Electric Terrain, and your choice of Mud Slap or Struggle Bug, while holding Metronome. The Metronome, I am familiar with that. It's basically a held item. You can buy it over in, I believe it's Levincia. And the Metronome, the way that works, if you're not familiar, is every time you use the same move in succession, like over and over and over again in a row, it makes it stronger and stronger and stronger. Another thing that you're going to want to do is if you go Leech Life, whenever you train up those moves, you absolutely, it is, in fact, it's a requirement. You have to max out its PP. If you don't, you're going to run out of moves. Because the Mewtwo raid is actually twice as long as a normal raid. You can't tell because the time bar looks the same size and everything, but it is a much longer raid. It gives you twice as much time as a normal. So you're going to get off a ton of moves. So whenever you learn the Leech Life and either the Mud Slap or the Struggle Bug, max out the PP on both. Sword Dance you can probably get away with, just leaving it as it is, because I think you get, what, 30 Sword Dance to start with? So yeah, you should have plenty of those, but it's fine. Same thing with the Misty or Electric Terrain. That is mostly so the Mewtwo can't heal himself. Because once you burn through his shield, he tries to use the move Rest, where he basically puts himself to sleep. And if he's allowed to go to sleep at that moment, he will heal all the way back up. And I mean all the way back up. And like I said, this is a very long raid. So you do not want him to heal. Because then you may actually run out of time. But yeah, Bug Tera type, Leech Life, Sword Dance, Misty or Electric Terrain, your choice. They both do essentially the same thing, or we're using them for essentially the same thing. And then, like I said, your choice of either Struggle Bug or Mud Slap. And Mud Slap, if you're not familiar, lowers Mewtwo's accuracy, and Struggle Bug will lower his special attack. So either one is fine. But that's what you'd want to go with. So yeah, the way you're going to want to build him as far as your stats go is completely different than the way I built mine. Well, maybe not completely different, but basically take my stat build here that you see how I maxed out special attack. Obviously, don't touch your special attack. Move it all to regular attack. Also, you're going to want to use a one of the herbs that maxes or that benefits your regular attack. Mine is opposite of that. I'm trying to remember what herb it is. Let me go to my bag real quick. Here we go. And again, the herbs you can buy in most of the major towns. Here we go. Oh, I'm sorry, not the herbs, but the mints. Same thing. Let me see. So you're going to want to max attack. Let me see. Which one would I recommend here? Lonely Mint? No, you want defense. This one's actually not a bad choice. If you're going to be going all regular attack, then use the Adamant Mint, because that one boosts your regular attack stat, but it lowers your special attack. And if you build your Mew this way, you're not going to be using special attack anyway, so it doesn't matter. So yeah, that's the one you want to do. And yeah, if you have to manually, or if you're going to be using the whatchamacallit, the vitamins for training, then yeah, you're going to want to go protein. And then once you max out your attack stat, at that point, I would probably build up both of the, well, let me see. Oh, that's right. Mewtwo does both special attack and regular attack damage. So you'll probably want to build up both of your defenses. I tend to build them up equally. That's just what I like to do. As far as speed, again, it's really up to you. You just woke up? Why are you just waking up, man? It's already almost 10:30. But yeah, that's how you want to do it. Let's do this raid now, because I know you still need to get your Mew to max level. This one should give a little bit. Why does Mewtwo have an 8-pack? That's not an 8-pack. If you're talking about the little render that you're seeing there, it's actually a 3-pack. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The Psy Strike that he does, if I remember correctly, that does physical damage. So that's what I'm saying. You want to probably try and at least give yourself some defense there, because you definitely want the survivability. The way we were able to build up our Mewtwo's, or not Mewtwo's, but our Mews last weekend, we got it to the point where we had lowered the special attack stat of Mewtwo so much that the damage he was causing us was pretty much negligible. Like, nobody died through the entire raid. Not a single person died. That and the fact that, again, we have stuff like life dues and our regular cheers and stuff. What was I doing here? Oh, right. So this is regular. Okay. So I guess I'm going to use a fighting type here. Actually, no, I don't want to use a fighting type because I'm facing a guy who does wind or air, whatever. Yes. Yes, Black. We know. We know. What the hell was I going to use? No. Who do I... Oh, right. Here, I guess I'll use this guy. It doesn't really matter. Well, we're going to wipe this guy anyway. And again, we're only doing these regular raids right now because I'm trying to help this dude get his Mew to max level. So we're trying to get some candies. Hi is saying hi to himself. And the great thing is, the rewards that you get when you beat Mewtwo for the first time are excellent. They are incredible. What did we get? We got a whole bunch of like super massive large nuggets, the gold nuggets, but the big ones. We got like 3 of those. We got 3 gold bottle caps. We got regular bottle caps. We also got ability patches. Not the ability capsules, the patches, the good ones. We got like 3 of those. So yeah, we got all kinds of good stuff. That's only the first time you beat him, though. And then, of course, obviously, you get to catch him. But the successive times that you beat him, the rewards are not as good. I mean, they're still all right, but they're just... It's like, why... they're basically the same level as a regular 5-star raid. So at that point, it's kind of like you're only doing the raids just to help out like a friend. Like we're doing today. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. The King Rock, the Tera Shards. Yeah. I'm not really crazy about the Psychic Tera Shards because I've already got massive amounts of Tera Shards anyway, but I guess if you're the kind of person that doesn't hold onto your Tera Shards or just sells them, which you can, then I guess it's nice. Mewtwo looks like he's giving me the side eye. That little dance that Mewtwo does. Oh, you got a critical hit there. Come on, let me get my move off. There we go. Do some low sweep. Come on, just let me get my move off already. Jeez, come on, man. Poor Moni. He's going to be asleep for the next stream. Yeah, if you just got here, Moni, then you probably have no idea what I'm talking about, but I'll tell it again here in a minute. You wanted to Sam's sword dance and one hit it with close combat? I'm not a fan of close combat. Really not. I've mentioned it before. The only time that I would ever even consider using close combat is if I knew me using it was going to end the fight right then and there. It's the only time I would go close combat, because otherwise you're making yourself very vulnerable. Oh, I'm water Tera, so it doesn't matter. Oh man, my Tuesday is going to be busy then. I just remembered I ordered the 2023 Pokemon Trick or Treat Booster Pack. Like the whole big giant thingy. You get like 40 or 50 packs. I forget exactly how much. I think it's 40 packs. But I finally ordered one. And it's supposed to be here on Tuesday. And that was going to be Tuesday's video. But since I'm doing the stream that night now, I kind of think I want to wait and post it on Wednesday. Just so I don't kill the algorithm. From what I understand, though, this next version of the booster packs, the 2023 Halloween thingy, I don't think the cards are going to be all that different. I don't even know if they're going to have the silver border or the yellow borders. There we go, we got some candy out of it. Not a ton, but some. And you got a rare candy in there, too. Actually, you did get some pretty good candy. You got, like, what, 6 large candies, 1 XL, and then a rare candy. So you did pretty good there. But like I was saying, Moni, the DLC for Scarlet Violet comes out on Tuesday for us here in the States. And it's supposed to go live at 8 p.m. Central. So yeah, that's how I'm gonna do. I'm gonna probably start the stream like a couple of minutes before 8 o'clock, and then when it goes live, then obviously I'm just gonna play for like 2 hours and see how it goes. It's gonna be a stream mostly for people who don't have, you know, the DLC, or who didn't have the money to buy the DLC, whatever. So I'll just be doing that. Let's see, what's another one we can just run right to? What stream? It's the DLC stream on Tuesday. Tuesday at, like I said, 8 p.m. or about a little bit before 8 p.m. Central Time. I'm going to be doing a stream for the DLC. Oh, here we go. There's ground one. And again, we're probably not going to do any Tera raids or anything like that on that stream. It's going to be mostly just playing on playing the new stuff, you know, checking out the new areas and catching the newly available Pokemon. That's pretty much what Tuesday's stream is going to be. And then Saturday, we'll still do Saturday's stream. And I imagine that one, again, will be more of the DLC, and then we'll probably do a few Tera raids there, too. Tomato Berry. You want to hear some completely useless information that I found out this week? I found out a lot. A lot of useless information. I found out that 95% of the wasabi... You know what wasabi is, right? If you're not familiar with what wasabi is basically like this little paste that's supposed to be very, very spicy, very, very fragrant, very flavorful, and it's used most popularly on stuff like sushi. Come to find out, 95% of all wasabi sold and used in the world is fake. 95%. I was like, whoa, okay, it's a lot. But yeah, turns out that's true. 95% of it is fake. In fact, a lot of product that is listed as wasabi, it will actually say, I forget exactly what they did. I think it says prepared wasabi, something like that. But yeah, I found out that the reason why most of it is fake is just like you said there. It's very expensive, and there's only really one particular part of the world where it can be grown, and that's in a particular area in Japan. I also found out that there is now a place in the UK. I forget exactly where, but somewhere in the UK, they pretty much built an environment specifically to grow wasabi, and even then, it's a very small area, and there is no sort of machinery or technology or anything that we currently have that can be used to properly, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? To properly harvest it without ruining it. And so all the growing, all the planting and everything, all the harvesting has to be done by hand. So yeah, if you get like real wasabi, like the actual stuff, one, it's going to be very expensive. And two, you're pretty much guaranteed that the wasabi you get was going to be harvested, planted and harvested and everything by hand. But I hear it's really good. It's really good stuff. But yeah, that's unfortunate. Also, another thing, and this hits a little closer to home because this one affects our buddies up in Canada. But we always, like, I know I make the jokes about certain things that are very, very Canadian, like hockey, stuff like that, and Canadian people always being very nice and always saying sorry. And another very Canadian thing is maple syrup, which is delicious. Come to find out, again, similar to wasabi, something like 90% of products that are listed as maple syrup are not actually maple syrup. They're fake. Either they're fake, or if you pay close attention to their labeling, you'll see that they're not actually maple syrup. Some of them are flavored to be to taste like maple syrup, but they're not actual maple syrup. Oh my god, can I please get my attack off? Why am I having to wait so long? There we go. Oh, come on! Let me get my attack off, for God's sakes! There we go, finally. Ugh. Anyway, but yeah, maple syrup in Canada is like a big deal. That's like a really big deal. Because actual maple syrup, if I'm not mistaken, and I could very well be mistaken here, it takes something like 10 gallons of tree sap to make like a gallon of maple syrup, something like that. I forget what the actual numbers are, but obviously it's very time consuming. It takes a lot of resources, and so it's one of those things that you wouldn't necessarily think gets you know, that there wouldn't be a lot of crime or whatnot around it, but there actually is. Because again, real maple syrup just has a very different taste to it and a very different consistency. Like one example that they used was pancake syrup. Like I'm sure all of us have had pancakes at some point in our life. And of course there's the pancake syrup, which is usually very, very sweet. It's pretty thick. But I never knew how kind of crap regular pancake syrup was until I tried pancakes with actual maple syrup. Oh my god, it's like night and day. Dude, it is so different. Because when you taste the regular pancake syrup, you can tell that it's just a whole bunch of sugar and some caramel flavoring and that kind of thing. I mean, it's fine. But then when you compare that to actual maple syrup, oh my god, it's such a huge difference. A huge difference. And again, like I said, because it is so hard to harvest it and to make actual real maple syrup, real maple syrup is very expensive. Like a regular, like small bottle of maple syrup is like $10. Whereas if you get like pancake syrup, what is that? You get like a big giant jug of it for like $3. You know, it's not very expensive. But yeah, a lot of the regular pancake syrups, they use this, you know, if you're lucky, they use real sugar. But most of the time they use stuff like canola oil, high fructose corn syrup, that kind of stuff. You know, the fake stuff, basically. But yeah, actual real maple syrup is 100% delicious. And in fact, there was a crime. I read about a crime a few years ago where they actually have people in Canada. I forget exactly what their job title is, but they have people in Canada that go around to all the big maple syrup places, and they will periodically check the maple syrup for consistency and all sorts of different stuff, because it is, again, a big industry over there. And there was something going on a few years ago where apparently some guys, like a group of them, were secretly siphoning off actual maple syrup and filling the containers back up with like the fake stuff. Excuse me. And so, like I said, maple syrup can be very, very expensive. So they would siphon off real maple syrup, take it, bottle it, and sell it, and make all that money, and then replace it with just like pancake syrup, the cheap stuff. And apparently they'd been doing that for, I think it was like 7 or 8 months or something. So obviously over that amount of time, it adds up. Well, they got found out, and the authorities got involved, and there was like a big bust or something, and like 7 or 8 people went to jail. It was kind of insane. It was like the most Canadian crime you could think of. It was it was just so funny. I know it's serious business, because obviously if you're paying all that money to get maple syrup, you want to get real maple syrup. You know, it's like if you go to the store and you know, if you want like fresh, non-processed chicken and they bring you a processed chicken, it's like, okay, that's not nearly the same thing. So yeah, I get it. Moni, send me maple syrup. Moni's not Canadian. Yeah, he's in a completely different part of the world. What is Dre talking about? It's like, what? Yeah, it's a completely different place in the world, man. That's true. Canadians love their maple syrup. It's a source of pride for them. You know, it's, again, like, there's certain things that Canadians are known for, and maple syrup is one of them. And they may probably say to themselves, well, yeah, some people just think, oh, it's just maple syrup. But no, it's not just maple syrup. It is part of their national pride. Again, because real maple syrup is absolutely delicious. Excuse me. Man, I gotta start muting myself. I'm sorry, guys. Ah, that stupid fruit fly is hanging around again. Go away! Ugh. No, he could order it online. He can drive to Canada. I'm pretty far from Canada. I'm a good 1,700 miles from Canada. Yeah, I'm about as far away from Canada as you can get, but still be in the United States. The only other place I think I could be where I would be further from Canada is probably the southern tip of Florida, or all the way in Hawaii. Thankfully, we can actually get real maple syrup down here. Like, there's a couple of companies that export it from Canada, and they have it here in our stores. And again, the bottles are relatively small. They're pretty tiny. They're like about 10 to 14 ounces or something like that, so they're not that big. Some are even smaller. You can get like small, like 6-ounce bottles of maple syrup. And again, they're expensive. Like the ones I've seen in the stores here locally are about $10 to $15. So yeah, they're pretty expensive, but again, they're very, very good. They're very delicious. I actually had a friend, I remember this was years and years ago when I worked in the hotel biz. I had a friend named Marin who was Canadian, and she had moved down here to Texas to go to college, and working at the hotel, was like her part-time job. And we teased her a little bit for being, you know, Canadian. You know how it is. Just friendly kind of banter, that sort of thing. But then we got into the good stuff, and we're like, yeah, what's up with the maple syrup thing? And she's like, yeah, we take that stuff serious. And we're like, man, you gotta, you know, get your relatives to send us some maple syrup or something. And we were just joking with her, but like a month later, she came into work, and we were all kind of there, and she's like, guess what I got? And we're like, what? And she broke out this little bottle of maple syrup. And we're like, no way. And she's like, yeah, I had my dad send it to me. I was like, that's awesome. And this was in the morning. And so a handful of us, at the time, I worked overnight. And so if you worked overnight there at the hotel, you were allowed to go and have free breakfast in the restaurant. And we would do that like every morning. It was awesome. So she's like, okay, go get some pancakes, and then we'll all try the maple syrup. I was like, all right. So we went and got some to-go boxes, and we got a bunch of pancakes. And so we go into the back office there of the front desk, and there was like 6 of us, and we're all there, and we get, you know, we have our forks and stuff, and she's like, all right. And she just put a little bit, and she's like, yeah, you don't have to put very much. And we're like, all right. And so she puts it on there, we try it. It was so good. I was like, oh my God, this stuff is good. She's like, see, there's a huge difference. And I'm like, it really does taste different. It's like a very it's not like an overpowering sweet. It's like a very natural kind of a sweet that you'd get out of something like, it has kind of an earthy taste to it. It's really odd, but it's good. It was delicious. And I was like, oh my gosh. And she's like, yeah, these bottles are pretty expensive, you know, but but you can get them, you can order them and all that. So yeah, that was my first exposure to actual real Canadian maple syrup, like straight from Canada. It was good stuff, man. Very good stuff. We were all thankful to her, obviously, because she didn't, you know, she didn't have to get her dad to do that. It was like the bottle itself was like 10 or 15 bucks, and I think the shipping was like $10. I don't know. I don't remember what it was. But it was a while. I was like, that's pretty cool. Very nice girl. Very, very nice. I kind of wonder whatever happened to her. Like I said, I knew she was down here for college, but then after I moved on and I moved to Austin, I never really heard from her after that. That's my Sylveon I gave the ability patch to. Now he rocks Hyper Voice. Hey, man, you guys need to heal yourselves. What are you all doing? Alright, fine, I'll heal us. See, of course you give me helping hand right when I go to heal us. See, I shouldn't be doing the heal there. I guess technically Sylveon's really the only one that should have been doing the heal, but oh well. Everyone else was dead. Really, were they? Did you all die? How are y'all out there letting yourselves die? I don't care if you're... Oh my god, are you serious? We ran out of time because you all kept letting yourselves die? That is unacceptable. That is absolutely unacceptable. Why are y'all doing that? Just bring the bear. F in the chat. That still bugs me to no end. I still see people, and we still occasionally get people in here that they'll be at like 10% health, but they still attack. And I'm like, dude, the only reason why you should attack when you're at 10% health is because you've maxed your attack stat and you're about to hit him with something like Drain Punch. Dark maple syrup is $26. That's the dark maple syrup. By the way, for Mewtwo to have Annihilate in high, Annihilate doesn't really work so well against Mewtwo. Yeah, because you have to remember he's part fighting type. I mean, yeah, technically you can use him. I just think Mew is the better option. Mew's survivability is far higher. Apparently, I have to go find another raid because you guys don't want to heal yourselves. Yes, Annihilate can work for the big bonk. But there's always that chance that he is going to annihilate himself. Ah! Ah! Yes, that's another thing. When you use Mew in the fight, every Mew that's in the raid gets a boost to their stats. That's not even... I'm not even joking that that's true. That's another reason to use Mew. Apparently you guys couldn't handle a flyboy, so we're gonna go face this thing over here, whatever it is. Oh crap, I didn't want to run into that. That is confirmed, Dant. He does get a boost to his stats. Hey, Natasha. I'm not just going around fighting random Pokemon, I just accidentally ran into that. People need to use Struggle Bug. Well, you can... It depends. If you're... Again, if your Mew is support, then Struggle Bug. If it's going to be doing attacking, then you want to do Leech Life. I mean, technically, if you can use Struggle Bug on an attacking Mew as well, but there are better options. In fact, instead of using Struggle Bug on an attacking Mewtwo, I personally would just use Mud Slap. I would rather do Mud Slap. Because you have to remember, if you're going to be using Leech Life, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it's a physical attack, isn't it? Leech Life is a physical attack. Struggle Bug is a special attack. So if you're going Leech Life, I would rather do Mud Slap instead. Because Mud Slap, I believe, is also physical. And it lowers the accuracy. And like I said, you want to max out your PP on each of those moves. Because you will use them all. You really will. Let's see, this is an Ice Boy, huh? I guess we'll just do some Annihilate. Who would be support? I'd be Attack Annihilate. Again, I really just don't want to use the Annihilate. I just don't really... Because Annihilate is just so much harder to keep alive than another Mew. That's why. And a Mew, once, you know, once things get rolling, even with a team of Mews, they can hit really hard. The attacking Mews can hit really, really hard. And like I said, the reason I don't mind waiting that a little bit longer to get through the fight is because I know the Mews are not going to die. Unless we completely neglect healing, the Mews are not going to die. The Annihilate, on the other hand, he's going to need to get healed much more often. Like I said, technically we can keep him alive in the Mewtwo fight, but it's more of a task. And remember, every time that I have to spend a turn healing that Annihilate is a turn that I am not using Helping Hand, or another turn that I am not using Struggle Bug myself to keep the Mewtwo's special attack under control. So you also have to kind of take that into account as well. Are you a Mew enjoyer? What do you mean by that? I don't know what that means. Get a Mew, it's free. Yes, the Mew is free, but you still gotta level that sucker up. You gotta still level him up, you still gotta hyper train him, and you gotta EV train him. Yeah. Because the Mew is free. They gave us a Mew like a month, 5 weeks ago or something like that. This is, in fact, that Mew being level 5 is the reason we're doing these right now. Because DJ has a Mew, but he needs to get it to max level. And so we're trying to get him some candies real quick. In fact, DJ, what level is your Mew at right now? It should be into the 90s at this point, at least. Almost. He should be higher than that. We got more candy back then. Yeah, the thing is, he's doing an attack Mew. Because we are going to need at least a couple of them. Because you can get by with 2 attack Mews and 2 supporters. That's probably the easiest way to do it. There you go, guys. I gave you all a cup of screeches, so get in there and do your thing. Oh, speaking of the DLC, like I mentioned, I already bought my copy of the DLC. I completely forgot you got the free clothes. In fact, I had forgotten so much about the free clothes that you get with the DLC that I saw that little check mark on the DLC box and I was like, what is that? And I noticed it was there. I thought it just meant that I bought it, and it's just saying, okay, yeah, we see you bought it. Here's the little check mark. But I was like, is it always just going to be there or what? And so I clicked it, and then it was like, oh, yeah, you have a gift. Here's the clothes. And I was like, oh. There you go. You got some more candies. You have to be close at this point. Have you been using your rare candies too? Because once you get in the 90s, okay, use your rare candies. But before 90, do not use your rare candies. Because at that, like, if you, I've seen people use rare candies on a level 5 Pokemon. I'm like, are you serious, dude? Are you, I mean, come on. Come on. Why would you do that? If it's like level 90 plus, then use your rare candies, but not below that. And you just got more right now. So there you go. We can't, I've been trying to find another Blissey, but I can't find another Blissey. Because Blissey's the one that gives the most candy. Once we find one more Blissey, in fact, I'm not going to do any more raids until I find a Blissey, because, yeah, that's the only thing we need at this point. Because the Blissey should give you enough. Do I want to, why would I want to battle? We're doing Mewtwo, dude. Yeah, we're not doing battles here, we're doing Mewtwo. Looking for a Blissey too. Because everyone knows Missy has nice eggs. Another one. Blissey likes to be fighting, so. But yeah, Reggie, I actually don't even do battles. Like, versus battles, I don't do them at all. Like, at all. Like, all the Pokemon that I have trained right now, none of them are built for versus battles. They're all built for Tera raids. All of them. I'm not even joking. Or that's not even hyperbole. That's 100% true. I could go and train them for versus battles, but I just never do versus battles. So it doesn't make a lot of sense for me to do it. I don't play VGC? What? Very good carpet? What does that mean? That's what VGC means now. It means very good carpet. Very good carpet. Trying to get the perfect EVs are crazy. Yeah, I just don't really... I'm not... Like I've mentioned before a million times, but I know some of you may not know. I'm just not a very competitive person. I'm not super competitive in that way. Like, there are certain games that are built to be competitive. Pokemon isn't one of them. You can be competitive in Pokemon, but it's not a requirement. It's not like Overwatch, for example. Playing Overwatch, it's basically 5v5 all the time. That is the point of the game. So in that game, okay, I get it. But in Pokemon, again, you can just run around the place and catch things and farm things and train up your Pokemon. So yeah, it's part of it, but it's, you know, being competitive is not required at all. You found a Blissey? Ah, no, get away, pig. I found a Grubba Berry. And a pig that tried to touch me. No, pig, don't touch. No touchy the pig. Pokemon is a metaphor for the real-life animal slave trade. I've heard people say that all the time. And as much as people hate that, it's actually kind of true. Like, if you were to apply Pokemon, the game, to real life, just kind of the same thing, you know, it would be very much considered that. Because if you really think about it, going around and capturing animals, we kind of do that in real life as it is right now. And we put them in cages and we put them on display. And even then, if you want to come, oh, that's some like an extreme example. Okay, okay. I understand that, but some people would say, oh, well, Pokemon are more like our pets. Okay, I can see that, but I generally don't take my pet and force him to get into a fight with another pet. I generally don't do that. There are people that in this world that do that, and that's horrible and horrifying, because I have seen animals like that are used, like things like in chicken fights. I've seen those animals, and that's horrifying. That's terrible. Same thing with dogs. I've seen people do the dog fights, and again, that's terrible too. Michael Vick, former NFL quarterback, notoriously went to jail because he was involved in the whole dog fighting thing. So yeah. So I understand that that can be a comparison there, but at the same time, I think that if you're able to decipher the fact that Pokemon is a fantasy world, then you're like, okay, that's fine. Okay, the only reason for it to be that way is because it is a fantasy world. And since it is a fantasy world where everything is kind of the way you want it to be, no, I don't think that it's the same thing in that sense. For example, I'm perfectly fine with going around and capturing Pokemon and having them do these little battles like this, because my little Jumpluff there, he's not real. He is 100% not real. He's not a real being. He doesn't feel. He doesn't have emotions. A dog, on the other hand, like a real-life dog, they do have feelings and emotions, and they do feel pain and all that. Yeah, so I would absolutely never do what I do with Pokemon in real life. And that's the separation there. It's kind of like... There's a lot of games like that, though, when you really think about it. I mean, Call of Duty. What do? You run around and you kill a bunch of people. And you could... The argument could be made, oh, you're defeating the bad guy. You're killing the bad guys. Okay. But who decides who the bad guy is? Like, what makes them the bad guy? Just because they're from a different country than you are? Or because your government said that they were bad? I mean, it's one of those weird things, you know? PETA Pokemon again. PETA can bite my butt. PETA is stupid. PETA is the stupidest organization I've ever seen. They are the biggest hypocrites. The absolute biggest hypocrites. And I can safely say that because I am very aware of their actions and what they do. They always try to play, you know, the high moral game, and it doesn't work. And the reason like that whole thing about, oh, you shouldn't have pets, they should be allowed to go out and roam free and live in the woods and all that. Okay, I can understand that argument. However, I also have a very difficult time siding with an organization that preaches that stance, but at the same time is known, and this is proven, that this actually did happen. Members of PETA would go and literally steal people's pets from their homes, like in their yards. They would go and steal those pets, take them, and then a majority of those pets would then be put down. So imagine that. A company, or not a company, an organization. Oh, wow. We got no candy. That's the downside of Blissey. Is sometimes Blissey can give you a ton of candy or none at all. It's usually a bunch of candy or a bunch of shards. And we got a bunch of shards this time. That's funny. Sorry. Anyway. But yeah. That's the thing about PETA. If you're going to be going around stealing people's pets and then putting them down, I mean, what is that? Why would you do that? That's horrible. Because any dog or cat that lives with a human that is even somewhat responsible will probably give that animal a far better life than it would have if that dog was, say, surrendered to the dog pound or a local shelter. Yeah, because at least that animal has a chance at a good life. Whereas if PETA runs off and steals your animal and puts it down, okay, what kind of life is that? It just makes no sense. Anyway, enough about PETA. Moni lives in the woods. I would not mind living in the woods. Just get me a nice cabin with electricity and internet access, and I'm good. Yeah, I don't want to unplug from society. I just want them to get further away from me. How about that? Yeah, it's so rough living in cities where so many of us are literally living on top of each other. No grocery store or Walmart for miles. I'm actually okay with that. I'd be fine. Because the amount of peace that one could experience from living that far out would really kind of be all you would really need as far as, oh, thank you for the subscription, Mr. Park or Mrs. Park, I can't tell. But yeah, the amount of peace that you could get out of there would be amazing. Not only that, but if you live in a cabin in the woods, there's a good chance that there's probably some decent hunting around. So you could, hunt for animals if you need them for food. And there's also a good chance that there is potable water around, or a water source. At least you would hope there would be. You know, if you live like near a river or a creek or something. That's one of the big things. If you live out in the woods, you want to live near a river. You know, at least within decent walking distance. So if you need the water, you can just go get it, and there you go. The problem is there's so much junk in our water supply nowadays that it's just like, ugh. It's hard finding a good source of real clean water. Oh my god, I cannot find Blissies. You found a Bissily? a Bissily? You want to escape capitalism. I want to escape extreme capitalism. I believe capitalism has a place in the world, but when you take it to its extreme, it becomes untenable. When you put a price on everything in the world, and those prices just keep going up, it's like I said, it's untenable. There is a breaking point at some point. Capitalism has found that breaking point on some things, and eventually it will get worse. Kind of like how everybody's complaining about how rent is so expensive. I'm waiting for your code. There we go. FPL. $32J. The last couple of years, people have been complaining that rent is extremely high, pretty much everywhere in the United States, and that's true. I'm starting to see it well, here, let me back that up a little bit. Landlords have been taking advantage of that fact that rent is very expensive everywhere. So even in places where it wasn't really a big deal as far as rent, like even here locally, the rents, especially during the COVID years, got super expensive. But now, at least here locally, we're starting to see a bit of a collapse, which is good for us, us residents. But the landlords are freaking out now because, like here, even in my apartment complex, like my apartments, it's an older complex. We're kind of in the central part of the city, right? Still close to the ocean though, and so one could argue that because we are so close to the ocean that they could charge a premium. The problem is they started raising the rent, and it got to the point where a lot of people here just simply couldn't afford it, and so those people moved out. And so the owner was like, oh well, we can just get somebody else to move in. Well, that hasn't happened. There are apartments, and again, I mentioned this before, there's another building that's like right next to mine, and there were people that lived in the bottom apartment of that little 4-unit building. They had been there, oh gosh, longer than I have been here, and they moved out. And since those people moved out, that apartment has been empty. It's been like 8 or 9 months that nobody has lived in that apartment. Nobody wants to move in, at least to that one. And then I got curious because I saw that apartment had been empty all that time. So I went around, and again, this is not a big place, so I can literally walk around the apartment in like, the whole area here. I can walk around here in like 15 minutes. And I went and I found other apartments, and again, those have also been empty for several months. Nobody wants to move in because they're asking way too much for, the property's fine. It's not great though. But when you're asking $1,000 for an apartment like this, it's like, nah, I'm not, I don't blame people for not wanting to move in here. They just want too much money. This is not $1,000 apartment. It's just not. Again, like I said, it's fine, but the buildings are old. The plumbing is old. They don't keep up the property. All the air conditioners on most of the units here are very old. They all need to be replaced. The windows need to be replaced. It's just, this is not $1,000 property. Even for a 2-bedroom. Who would want to pay $1,000 for that? Just not. Yeah, it's not happening. So you can afford your rent? Yes, I can afford my rent. But my rent is not $1,000. In fact, for the last 3 years, I have successfully negotiated my rent to where it didn't get increased. So I've had the same rent since 2019? Yeah. Even in this last one, they wanted to raise my rent by like another $85 or something, and I'm like, no. And they're like, well, that's what we're asking. I'm like, well, I'm not taking that. I said, you can either keep me on my current rate or I'm just going to move. And they're like, well, this is the market price. They always try to pull that BS on you. Oh, well, this is current market price. I'm like, no, it's not. Because this last time, I actually had to go to the office and I sat down with them. And I told them, I said, look, I don't like people who lie to me, and I really don't like to be lied to about money. I said, you and I both know that you are struggling to get people to live here. I said, you either keep my rent where it is or I'm gone. And after a couple of days, they got back to me and they sent me a lease agreement. Rent stayed the same. Because they knew it. They knew that I wasn't wrong. There you go. We got some candies for you. Pretty good amount of candy too. Yeah, you got like what, 20? Let me see. 15 of the large and 6 of the extra large. There you go. It's a decent amount of candy. But yeah, like I said, there are probably, there's only like 80 units here, and I would say of the 80 units, there's probably like 30 of them that are empty. Like nobody has lived in them for extended periods of time. At least my apartment complex. Like I said, I can't say that's how it is all over the city or in other cities or whatever, but at least here, yeah, people are simply choosing not to live here. And again, there's a variety of other reasons why people are not choosing to live here. One of them being, you know, the amount that they're asking for rent. Okay, so is your Mew ready to go or not? Because we've been streaming here for almost an hour and a half. Okay, well, DJ, go buy them, man. You gotta go buy them. Just go to the little stores there and buy them. Okay, here's the thing. I know you're like, oh well, I don't have the money. Okay, no. You do have the money. I know you do, and this is how I know you do. Go into your bag. Here. Go into your bag and go over here to this little nugget thing with the star on it. I know this bag has a ton of stuff in there that you have not sold. Go to the store, say you want to sell, or go to the Pokemon, little Pokemon outlet. Go there and sell everything in this bag. All this stuff that you see here in this bag has no other use in the game other than to be sold. Go to the Pokemon place where you heal your Pokemon, talk to the guy in blue, tell him you want to sell, and sell him everything in this bag. And if for some reason you still don't have enough money after that, I don't know what to tell you. Because just venturing around, you get all of this stuff. Like, look at how much of these things I have. I mean, this is like, if I were to sell all this right now, I would get a ridiculous amount of money. I would get more than I would need. Not only that, but as we've been doing these Tera raids, you've been getting vitamins too. That's only an extra 154,000. That's still a lot of money. That should be enough to get the vitamins that you need to train your Mew. And even if you don't have that, go over to this bag right here. There's probably a ton of stuff in here that you don't need either. Now your candies, yes, I know you've been using those. Don't worry about those. However, the Tera shards that you are not using, you can sell those too. Like if you never use, like say your steel Tera shards, go sell them all. I think they sell for like 500 each. In fact, here, I'm going to go and I'm going to sell them all right now. Where is my little Pokemon thing? Here we go. Here, we're going to go to this right here. Again, I'm not going to one of the stores. I'm going to one of the Pokemon outlets. There you go. That's another thing. Ant says that he will completely set it up there for you. If I allow trades in chat? Well, I've never disallowed them. It's up to you guys if you guys trust each other to do your trades. That is completely up to you. Okay, so here, I'm going to go to sell. Let me see. Let me go to my Tera shards here. Yeah, these are 500 each. Okay, some of these Tera shards I just don't ever use. Look at how many of these I have. Again, I don't even need fires. How many can I get for all the fires? 364,000. So you could basically sell a good chunk of your Tera shards. Again, the ones you do not use. So right now, do not sell your bug ones because you need your bugs. But yeah, just like that, you got 364,000. Boom. So I'm going to sell that because I can just earn those back later anyway. I don't care. How much do I have in here anyway? Let me see. Let me sell all this stuff. Let me see. I'm at 5.3 million, almost 5.4 million. I'm going to sell all my stuff. I wish I could just sell all of it. Is there a button where I could just press to sell all of this in this bag? Look at that. Almost 1 million just from nuggets. I'm going to sell all of that. I'm going to sell all of that. And I've not needed the money. This is why I've not been selling this stuff. But again, just as a point, I'm going to sell it all, and you can see how much more money I'm going to get out of this. Another 291,000. Oh, star pieces should give me a ton. Oh my gosh, almost 2 million just in star pieces. I think I may max my money here. I may not even be able to sell much more. Yeah, I'm already at 9 million. 9.1 million. What is the max? Isn't it 10 million? I think that's the max. It's like 10 million or something like that. No, the X doesn't do that. The X is for buying. Bulk sell is the plus button. Like that. Well, it still makes me do it. Okay, so I got that. Oh, well, that's dumb. All it does is set them up. I mean, I still have to go through and confirm everything, so this didn't really help. Okay. So, are we done? Sell items. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna max my money here, because I think it's 10 million. I've never maxed the money. Is it 10 million? You got bottle caps. That's another thing. You need to have bottle caps. And you can buy bottle caps if you need them. DJ, I already told you which one you needed. You need the metronome. Yeah, you gotta get the metronome. If you're going to be doing an attacker, you need that metronome. Because, like I said, once you get your sword dance and everything up, you're going to just be spamming leech life over and over and over again. That's another thing, like I said, again, reminder, I told you this earlier, but reminder, you want to max out all of your attacking attacks. All of your attacking attacks. But yeah, here, go to battle items, and it should be, there it is. Metronome, $15,000. And again, you can get this in Levincia. Yes. When he resets your stats, then you're going to go back and start using your sword dance again until you use it 3 times in a row. And then you'll go back to either Leech Life or Mud Slap. Because the Mud Slap is still useful, like I said, because it lowers his accuracy. But yeah, just in selling the stuff out of that bag, I made like $4.5 million. And I still have tons of stuff in that bag. What's a Salamanca? I've never heard of Salamanca. It's a Salamanca. We're trying to prepare for a MewTwo fight. Hi. Yeah, that's the only reason we've been going around doing these other fights. We're trying to get DJ some candies so that he can get his Mew to level 100. Breaking Bad? I like how you use the wrong spelling of breaking. My car won't start. It's Breaking Bad. It breaks badly. Not that kind of breaking, silly. Breaking as in like breaking a glass, or breaking as in breaking with your car? But yeah, that's what we're trying to do. That's why we're doing those particular raids, trying to find the Blissey, because Blissey gives a lot of candies. So that's what we're doing. And where is this little... Oh, she's back over here. Hector Salamanca. Oh, that's nothing. I'm I've decided that, because for the longest time, you know how like with anime, whenever you see like a cute anime character, they call them waifus. Well, I've decided that for people who prefer the cute or handsome male anime characters, those now have their own name as well. They are called husbanditos. DJ, how do you not have enough bug Tera shards, man? How? How? Oh my god! How do you not have them? I've got some bugs here. Well, look, you just said something earlier. I've got a bug right here. Oh my god, let's go get the bug. Come on. Not hubbo. Husbanditos. I'm sorry, I just like the way it sounds. Husbanditos. I think it sounds goofy. Yes, I have a bug in my room if you want it. It's a little gnat or something. He went away. I haven't seen him. Maybe he found like another little light source to go bug. I've only got like 2 major light sources on right now, and those are my monitors. Okay, so we're gonna do this bug. What is bug not like again? I forget. Is it psychic? I don't even remember. I don't really face a lot of bug types. I think they don't like psychics. I'll just take Espion and who cares? That's the point. Husbanditos, this is supposed to be goofy. You know where I got the idea from? Is there's a little mini, like a little short video that, oh, what's her name? Christina V. Do you all know who Christina V is? She is a voice actress. And as a joke, when they announced the new starters, this was a while back, when they announced the starters for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, and she saw the names, she was like, okay, you got Quaxley, and you got, you know, whatever. And then she saw Sprigatito. And at the time, that song Despacito was really, really popular. I never enjoyed the song myself, but I get why people probably liked it. So she made this little short video where instead of saying Despacito, she did a mock voice of Sprigatito saying Sprigatito. I sounded terrible there, but still, it's funny as hell. And I actually have the video. Where is that video? I know you all can't see it, but I can at least let you hear the song. Where is it? Oh gosh, what did I do with it? Oh, it's over here. Okay, it should be in here somewhere. Because even the little song is funny. And that's how I kind of got the idea. I was like, husbandito. So that's how I got the husbandito idea. Oh my god, where is this? How is this not in alphabetical order? Oh, here we go. I'm sorry. I just find it hilarious. I find that song hilarious. It's so hilarious to me. The video is pretty funny too. In fact, it's in the Discord. I posted it there some time ago. I can post it again if you all want, but it's funny. Okay, enough Sprigatito. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Let's get going. Sorry. We needed Sprigatito. We needed him. It's weird though. I actually enjoy Sprigatito more than I enjoy Meowscarada. Like if I could just keep Sprigatito as a tiny little green cat, I'd be perfectly happy with that. Psychic is bad against Bug? Well, I don't care. I just want to get through these at this point, man. I'm like, come on, I want to get this Mewtwo fight going. It's been almost 2 hours. There, I'll just lower his attack for you guys. Ooh, he hit me hard. Bugs do not like bear. For a second I thought you said bugs do not like beer. I've seen some drunk bugs in my life that would disagree with you. Come on, guys, just kill him already. I'm so over the prep time. I just really want to do this Mewtwo fight. Alright, Charizard, kill him already, please. Oh, I should probably turn down my... There we go. That's a little better. No! Astro died! Why you want to die, man? So how was Starfield? Who played Starfield? Yeah, did somebody play Starfield? Yeah, all I did was just heal you guys. Did you not buy it? No. I already spent a good chunk of change on the Pokemon DLC. I can't really buy another game right now. I want to buy it, but I can't. I have to stick to a budget. I mean, technically I could buy it, but I would have to pull money out of my card store account, and I really don't like doing that. At least not for stuff like Starfield. Not like video games. No, I'm gonna wait. It's probably better to wait anyway. Because if I... Obviously, if you get it like on release day, it's gonna have the bugs and all this stuff. So I figure I'll give it like a month. You know, let it kind of do its thing. And there you go. You got... Oh, 8 bug Tera shards. So you should have plenty now. Go change now. Go change to your bug thingy. Look, you even got more protein, more calcium, and carbs. Go. Go, 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 go. You got 8. Because we're all supposed to get the same rewards. In a fight like that, we're all supposed to get the same rewards. So you weren't missing 7 before, you're missing 11. Been at this for 2 hours, man. Blame the game? Okay. I'm gonna try and be nice about this. I actually do blame you too, though. And this is why. Because you knew that I was probably going to stream. You had a week to prepare, but you didn't. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to be cool about it, trying to be nice. But yeah, it is at least somewhat your fault. Alright, let's go do this bug raid. We're all gonna have to suck that up. Let's do this. Let's get ready. Let's prep. In my defense, this is always the best time to train. The Pikmin 2 was brutal. Were you playing Pikmin 2 or something? Alright, so we got S2 BY6. 6B. What is with those Pikmin games? I don't know. I've never played a Pikmin game. What's the whole thing with those? Yeah, I sincerely don't know what's going on with Pikmin. I've heard about them, and apparently there have been several games. And some people seem to really enjoy them. But like I said, I've never played Pikmin, so I have no idea what that game is about. I guess while we're waiting for this to start, I can look real quick. Come on. What is it about? Let's see. Pikmin is the first game in the series released in 2001. The game's plot focuses on Captain Olamar's predicament of having crash landed on an unknown planet and befriending plant animal creatures that he dubs as Pikmin. Okay, so it's some guy who just lands on a planet? Oops. I'm just looking for a synopsis here. There we go. I don't even know what Metal Burst is. Why do you even have that attack, dude? It just goes to show how often I use this thing. I never use him. I just picked him because at this point, like I said, I just want to get through this. Okay, so it says recruit. For the first time in the series, you can make your own character. Oh. You play as a new recruit. For the first time in the series, you can make your own character. Okay, but that's not a synopsis. I just want a synopsis. Do they not write synopsis for video games? What's going on here? Okay, I might as well just go to the wiki page at this point. Looking for its real-time strategy video game developed by Nintendo. Okay, we can first remove custom upload character. New features. Okay, I don't care about. In this story, the player assumes the role of a recently recruited member of the Rescue Corps. A group is in need of rescuing following an unsuccessful attempt to save Captain Olimar. Pikmin 4 received positive review. Okay, that's great. Can I get more of a synopsis, please? Plot. Okay, here we are. Judging from the events of the prior installments, Captain Olimar travels to PNF 404, an Earth-like planet, aboard its ship. Freak accident causes him to crash land. He's forced to recruit Pikmin to help him find the ship's missing parts. During his search, Olimar bonds with a dog-like creature that he names Moss. Finding the ship's missing radio. Heroes hidden way. Olimar transmits SOS call. So it's just going and finding this dude. Is that the whole thing? Is that it? I mean, there's a massive, you know, small book basically here, but I still don't understand what in a. It's like I can't just get like a nutshell answer, which is basically what a synopsis is. But there is no synopsis for this. Pikmin 2 is about finding treasure. There. You got 4 more bug Tera shards. Well, possibly 6, because I got 6 out of that. Well, now you gotta go do the whole thing. You gotta go train it. And keep in mind, he didn't necessarily need these Tera shards. He could have gone support, but no, he chose to go attack. It's so much easier to make a support one. Yeah, I got 6 out of that. So go do your Tera shard thingy. Make sure your Mew is ready, and while you're doing that, I'm gonna go sit by the Mew right over here. You almost dropped your Switch AAA? What is the AAA for? I don't get that. We are coins. I think we already have a team for it. All depends, though. All I ask is that your Mew is prepped, trained, ready to go. Because if it's not, I'm going to get very annoyed. And why you got a dirty neck? What's with the dirt neck thing? Where is my Mew? What did I do with him? Well, he's in here somewhere. Oh, there he is. Let's see. This is... Okay, this is the right one. Okay. That's not going to work, DJ. Eerie, Impulse, and Taunt are not going to work. Told you, man. You gotta get something like Electric Terrain, and you also have to get something like Mud Slap. Yeah, it's not even those the changes to those moves are not even optional. It's something you have to do, because if you don't, we're gonna fail. You have a supper and an attacker. What? So you eat one of them? What? What is? So you ate one of your Mews for supper. That's weird. It doesn't matter. The point of using Mud Slap is to lower the accuracy, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, that's why it's either Mud Slap or Struggle Bug at that point. Because again, the only reason to have it in there is just for its secondary effect. I'm not crazy about the Pollen Puff. I would rather do something like Light Screen. But since I'm running Light Screen, I guess you having Pollen Puff wouldn't make, it'd be fine. Noob? No. Absolutely not. I've just spent the last 2 hours preaching to you guys that Mew has to be used for this fight. And you come in here and use that? Really? Really, man? Oh, I will absolutely not let anybody in here that is not using a Mew. Like I said, we just spent the last 2 hours prepping somebody's Mew. And I said it again and again and again. We are all using Mew. And then somebody comes in here and uses a non-Mew. I'm trying to be nice, guys. As you can see, I'm starting to get a little aggravated here. I'm not doing this to be a jerk. I'm doing this so we can actually win. Okay, like I said, I'm trying to be very patient here, but I can only say this so many times. Oh, come on, communication error. Just let me get my code out. The only person that I want to make sure that we get in here is DJ, because DJ's pretty much the only reason I'm doing this battle. Because he's told me right when the stream started, he's like, dude, I don't have a Mewtwo. Would really like to get the Mewtwo. That's why I was on his butt so much about getting it trained up and ready to go. That's why. Like I said, it's nothing personal to any of you all if I've given you crap today. It's mostly because I'm just like, let's go, man. Let's rock already. I've been on for, like I said, 2 hours. Let's go, man. I hope you all know your jobs. If you don't, you better ask right now. There is no reason for any of you all to die. If everybody does their job and knows what they're doing, we should be perfectly fine. It'll take a little bit, but we should get there. I will start first turn with light screen. Okay? You guys, I guess, managed to just... the other supporter, I guess, can just immediately start with Struggle Bug. The strat for an attacker Mewtwo, generally it's Sword Dance ×3, and then it's Leech Life. That's if you're running metronome. If you don't have a metronome, I would be annoyed with you not having a metronome. But if you don't have a metronome, then you can also use other stuff like Mud Slap, just to try and lower its accuracy. You should not be starting with Leech Life. Again, do not start with Leech Life. You start with Sword Dance if you're an attacker. Well, come on, DJ. Why would you attack without using Sword Dance first? Again, Sword Dance ×3, then you Leech Life. When he resets, then you go and you do the Sword Dance again. That's true. Who is using Bulk Up? I guess, you know, thinking about it more, Bulk Up isn't necessarily bad. I kind of get the idea behind using it here. Although it wouldn't be my first choice. Because Bulk Up, again, it increases your regular attack, but it also increases your regular defense. And Mew's Psy Strike does physical damage. So that's why I'm like, that kind of makes sense. The Acid Spray, I'm not really sure why anyone's using Acid Spray. Yeah, Acid Spray doesn't make sense here. Because again, we're not doing special attacks. Whenever we're using stuff like Mud Slap or Struggle Bug, we're only using it for one reason, and that's to lower the special attack so it doesn't hit us as hard. We're not doing it to try and cause damage. Did somebody die? What just happened there? Who died? Landon, why did you die? Yeah, with a death like that... Okay, DJ died. This is over. Yeah, we've already lost. Yeah, it's pointless to even keep trying. We've lost. Landon, unfortunately, your build is not good. Either you need to retrain or I can't have you back. Yeah. I'm just gonna... In fact, I'm not even gonna use Life Dew anymore. I'm just gonna let us all die because we're not gonna win. We've already lost. Yeah, I'm purposely letting myself die just so I can kill the timer. Do not use Life Dew. We're trying to end the raid. Please do not use Life Dew. Yeah, at this, like I said, at this point we're not going to win. So just let the raid end. Just don't bother healing, just die. Either that or just practice your rotation. Except for us supporters, yeah, we should not be healing at this point because it's over. Can I give you the build? Yes. If you're talking about the build for attacking, yes, I can give you the build. For my fellow supporter, I saw that you were using Acid Spray. I would not recommend Acid Spray. Simply because, again, we're not doing special attacks to cause damage here. We're only doing our special attacks just to lower MewTwo's special attack. That's it. That's the only reason why we're using them. Other than that, we're not here to cause damage. That's for our attackers to do. Moni's like, how's the raid going? Moni's comment and the timing of the comment remind me of that meme where the guy shows up with a couple of pizzas. He walks into the room and like things are on fire and people are like dead on the floor. You know which meme I'm talking about? Let me see if I can find it. Oh, here we go. I found the picture. It's so stupid. Let me save this. No, I don't want a WebP. Just convert that. Okay. Hold on. I gotta share this. I totally imagine Moni hopping in. How's the raid going? Oh, it's just like this. People are like dead on the floor. Everything's on fire. And at that point, just walk away, Moni. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to make myself laugh so that I don't keep getting frustrated with you all. And again, it's nobody's fault in particular. It just, you know, it's one of those things. Okay. It's all right. All right. Okay. Here we go. So now that I gave myself a little laugh, I can just kind of chill for a minute. All right. So the build that you need for the attack Mewtwo, okay? If you're doing support, don't listen for the next couple of minutes. The attack. Let me see. Attack Mew for Mewtwo fight. Come on, where are you? All right. So basically, what you're going to be doing primarily with your attack Mew, again, obviously you want to max out your attack stat. Okay? Max the attack stat. If you have not maxed the attack stat, do that now. Secondly, make sure you're hyper trained. Any of your stats that need to be hyper trained, absolutely do it. As far as your leftover EV, it's really your choice where to put it. I would say go both of the defenses, simply because he does rotate between attacks that hit both of your defenses. If it's a Psy Strike, it's gonna hit against your regular defense. If it's something like an Ice Beam, however, it's gonna hit against your special defense. So I would probably use the remaining EV to train those up equally, just to give yourself more survivability. Okay, so now that the EV is out of the way, the moves that you're going to want are going to be Sword Dance, okay, Leech Life, Mud Slap, and Misty or Electric Terrain, okay? And here's how that would work. When the fight starts, again, this is for attackers only, when the fight starts, the first thing an attacking Mew should do, Sword Dance. You start Sword Dance times 3, okay? So 3 turns, Sword Dance, Sword Dance, Sword Dance. Okay, that maxes your attack. From there, Leech Life. Just keep hitting Leech Life, okay? He does do a reset every now and then, which means he's going to reset your attack stat and everything, and that's fine. That is when your Mud Slap comes in. Mud Slap, again, I know it's a special attack. That's not the point why you're using it. The point is for its secondary effect in lowering his accuracy. Because every time he misses you, obviously you don't take damage. Okay, so that's the one reason why you have Mud Slap. Is every now and then you can throw in a Mud Slap, lowers his accuracy. Okay, that's fine. You generally don't want to do that though, because again, the held item that you normally use is going to be a metronome. If you don't have a metronome, you can buy one at the store in Levincia. And I just got distracted because there's a shiny right there. Do you all see this? I'm sorry, there's a shiny right here. I gotta grab it. You all didn't even see it! I saw it! You can Mud Slap Metronome, but it doesn't really do much. I'm sorry, I had to catch the shiny. Hold on, I'll quick ball him. Anyway, so like I said, when he resets you, okay, then you can do some Mud Slaps just to lower his accuracy, which really does help. So yeah, you want to do that one. Alternatively, if you don't have the Mud Slap TM, you can use Struggle Bug. Struggle Bug, very similar. You're not attacking with it to cause any real damage. You're only attacking with it because it lowers his special attack. Okay? So if you don't have the Mud Slap, Struggle Bug is fine. Okay? The fourth and final one that you want to get is either Misty Terrain or Electric Terrain. And you use those for only one reason. Once we get down to a certain point right before he loses his shield, you're going to want to use Misty Terrain and or Electric Terrain. Either one works. The biggest thing we're going to be using it for is because with those terrains, it doesn't allow them to go to sleep. Because once his shield is fully off, Mewtwo will immediately use Rest. And if he is allowed to go to sleep, he will heal all the way back up. And we do not want that. If he's able to do that, we're probably not going to win. Okay? So, and he only uses Rest one time, and it's when the shield comes off. So as long as that's on the field, when he uses Rest, he's unable to fall asleep, he cannot heal himself. That's it. Okay? That's the whole reason we're going to be using that. So that's pretty much how an attacking Mew would work. Again, start with Sword Dance times 3, start Leech Lifing, and do as much damage as you can. Another thing, like I had mentioned earlier, with your Leech Life and with your Mud Slap, max them out as far as PP goes. Because I know Leech Life, I think, only gives you like 15 moves. I think that's it. So you're going to want to use max PP. Or if you have just 3 copies of the PP vitamin or whatever, use all of them. Max it out, okay? Because you will probably use all of them. I think that's about it, right? Did I cover it all? Yeah. Like I said, if you don't have that metronome, go get the metronome. Okay? Go get it's 15,000. Go get the metronome. You absolutely have to have it. If you're wondering which store in particular, because I know that the store inventory can be a little bit different, go to the one here in Levincia. If you go here, there's a store that's going to be like right here. This one, this Delibird Presence, it sells the metronome. Okay, so go get the metronome and immediately equip it. What do we do if we run out of leeched life? At that point, Mud Slap. Just try to keep it going at that point. Just Mud Slap. And again, I know it doesn't do a lot of damage, but at least with Mud Slap, you're keeping his accuracy as low as possible. If you find that you've already used Mud Slap several times in a row and his accuracy is as low as it will go, start using Struggle Bug. Yeah, because the biggest problem is getting through the shield. Once we get through the shield and prevent him from healing, the rest of the fight is usually pretty easy. Because at that point, you're just trying to do as much damage as you possibly can. And the damage comes off much easier at that point, too. Okay, so we're all good there? Okay. As far as my fellow supporter, just a recommendation, I would switch out the acid thingy. What is it? Acid spray, I think you were using. I would switch that out because the biggest reason why we were using it last week for a little bit is because acid spray lowers its special defense. But again, our attackers are not really attacking that much with special defense, at least not to the point where it's going to matter. So I guess technically if you want, you could leave that in. I don't know, man. I can see how later on it might be useful. Because again, hopefully our attackers will not run out of leech life. But if they do, obviously they'll have to start doing Mud Slap and Struggle Bug. And then at that point it might be useful. But the thing is that Mewtwo uses Calm Mind so much that every time you lower his defense, he's going to immediately cap it back up again. So that's why I'm kind of like, might not be the best option. Again, the stuff that I'm using Struggle Bug, Life Dew, oh god, what else am I using? Where is my stupid Mewtwo? I'm thinking of too many things at once, I'm sorry. Oh, Light Screen. I am using Light Screen. And what was my fourth move? Helping Hand. There we go. Yes, Helping Hand is very, very useful because it really pumps up the attack of our attackers. So yeah. Obviously never use the Helping Hand on me because it's not going to benefit us. That's what we're trying to do, Trey. It's just that this team that we have together now are not the same people that we had last week. So we're having to kind of go through the whole strategy again. Okay. So yeah, Struggle Bug, Helping Hand, Life Dew, Light Screen. That's what I have for mine. And the Light Screen, you don't have to max out Light Screen. If you have Life Dew, absolutely max out Life Dew. I found last week that 20 Helping Hand was perfectly acceptable. It's fine. Struggle Bug, I gave myself a little bit more just in case, but I found that I didn't really get close to running out. Using 2 supporters. Yes, we're using 2 supporters because we beat Mewtwo last week 3 straight times with 2 supporters. It does work. Okay? We can go 3 attackers if we choose to. However, as it is right now, available to us, we have 2 attackers and 2 supporters, which is why that is what we are using. We can try 3 attackers, but we, like I said, we just don't have those available to us. Did you finish your partying yet, Dre? When is your team going to be playing? Oh, he's asking about the Lions game. But yeah, that's pretty much how you would want to do it. And believe me, once you get rolling on the metronome, the attackers, once you get rolling on your metronome, it's gonna really, really start adding up. You're gonna start hitting really hard. Oh, for my fellow supporter, if you don't have a held item, I have been using leftovers. There we go. Yeah. Okay, so we've kind of gone through it. Let me head back over to to the MewTwo raid since I was over here catching that random shiny. Does anybody want that shiny? Did you all see what shiny that was just sitting there like, hey, come catch me? I caught a shiny while I was explaining all this because it was just right there. Where is it? It's in my bag here. Does anybody want this thing? It's a, this little guy. A Hoppip. Yeah, it's a shiny Hoppip. That's like my third or fourth one. I've got a lot of them. That's why I'm saying if anybody wants it, I'll do a shiny for shiny trade. Dude, it's Saturday, Dre. There are no NFL games on Saturday this early in the season. Yeah, all the games are tomorrow. And then there's one on, or actually there's two on Monday night. I'm about to go to Florida. What? Anyway, here we go. Let's get back in here. Come on. Is the Hoppip marked? Explain what you mean by marked. Mark as in ribbon or marked as in what? Cowboys play tomorrow. It's on the schedule. So you're asking if it has a title. Then why don't you just say a title? Or are you asking for Mightiest Mark? No, it's not going to have Mightiest Mark. Yeah, I'm aware of that, but why don't you just say title? Or ribbon? Nobody says marks. Hope the Cowboys win. They're playing the Giants. So I don't know how that's going to go. They're literally called marks on the game file. Lunchtime Mark Applin, I just got caught. What? You just caught? So it's a lunchtime title. So why do they call them titles then? Because they are titles. Those are all titles. The word mark is in their name, but they're called titles. Who is Dalvor? I don't know who Dalvor is. Seriously, who is Dalvor? You're Dalvor. Well, then why are you talking to me, and why are you not getting your Mew ready? Come on, man. We got like a minute and a half. Let's go. Come on. Chop, chop. Been streaming now for almost 2.5 hours and still haven't beat this stupid thing. Come on. Are the Giants good? Apparently, they're supposed to be pretty good. It should still be a good matchup between the Cowboys and the Giants. Uh-oh, it's a big casual. He's casually big. Alright, here we go. I'll do the same thing again. I'll start with light screen. And then I'm going to start struggle bugging. Are you effing serious, dude? I couldn't bring the Mew I wanted to bring. Swear to freaking God, dude. If you're an attacker, yes. As far as Tera, yes. If you're an attacker, you do want a Tera. You want the stab damage. He only has 17 Mews because they're all hacked. Yeah, you could immediately tell as soon as it came in, it's a hacked Mewtwo. Black, please concentrate on the fight and not on typing. Melanie is gay? Okay, well, congratulations, I guess? Hello, back. Someone gave me their Pokemon Go Shiny Mew. I feel a little bad I don't even use it. it's just kind of there. Leftovers makes me mad. There we go. The leech lives are starting to add up now. Oh, there's the reset. Okay, you guys gotta start doing sword again. Got a good chunk of health out of him though. Let me refresh light screen. Oh crap, did I just do that 2 moves ago? I don't even remember. I don't think I did, but I'll refresh it anyway. Oh, there it goes. Okay, light screen's back. Okay, Dalvor looks like he's in trouble, so I'm gonna do a regular cheer. Okay, here we go. Helping hand. Dalvor, you gotta heal yourself, man. Oh, somebody put out their terrain. It's getting close, man. We really need terrain out there. Really, really need terrain. There we go. Good move. Excellent. Whew! I was a little too close there, man. Look at the shield. I'm throwing out another heal there, too. I'm trying to top us up. Good timing on the terrain, man. That was so close. Okay. Yeah, it looks like we got this good. Oh, thank God. So much prep time. So much prep time. It ain't over yet, man. We're doing really, really well, but don't count it as caught yet. Last time everybody started celebrating and then somebody died and it was like, oh crap. Okay, after this I'm going to refresh the light screen again. Melanie, we have people who can read that, just so you know. We do have European viewers. Okay, this is my last regular cheer to try to get as much healing on you guys. Celebrate like the Lions. Oh, DJ, do not die. Heal. Do a cheer heal, man. Because even my life dude's not going to keep you up. You have to heal yourself now. Yeah, we do not want a death. I'll still do a life do, but heal yourself just in case, man. Alright, Zach, I'm going to hit you with the helping hand next turn. Okay, I think we're good. All I should do is life do, and this should be it. Oh, we don't even need to. He's already dead. Ugh, thank God. We had to take so much prep time. There you go, DJ. Don't thank me, DJ. Thank everybody else. There we go. Lots of candies, modest mint, PP ups. Lots of PP up. 6 of those. Yeah, lots of candies and stuff. wanted to get the support Mew. Alright, there we go. We finally got the MewTwo for DJ. Now, DJ, you know what you have to do now. That's right, you gotta order us all pizza. Harried Pledges. Thank you for the follow over on Twitch. Yeah, man, we need pizza. I actually do want some pizza. I didn't have breakfast. And it's 12:20 here where I am, so feel free to send me the pizza. It doesn't even have to be like a massive pizza. It can be just like a medium or something. I need the medium pizzas, man. Since we did that, I actually still have my 6-star. If y'all want to mess around with a 6-star. Let me see if I can go find this guy real quick. Oh, I also want to apologize for being short-tempered earlier. I was just getting really annoyed. I generally don't get annoyed like that, but if I have to explain things like time and time and time and time again, I obviously do get annoyed. You're from Deutschland, Germany? Annie's from Germany. Yes, our good buddy Annie is from Germany. Yeah, and Annie speaks like 5 languages too. A very smart woman. Yeah, she speaks English, German, Japanese, Chinese. I think she speaks one other. Is it Portuguese? I forget exactly what it is, but I know she speaks like 5 languages. It's fine, bro. No, it's not fine for me. I try to, because I've seen other streamers, they get on and they just, you know, start yelling and screaming and cussing and stuff. I like to hold myself to a higher standard. And so whenever I even raise my voice or start to get short with people, I try to catch myself and stop myself, but it doesn't always work. So I at least owe you guys an apology. At the very least. You only speak 2 languages. I speak English, and I understand most Spanish. Although speaking Spanish, I'm terrible at it. Oh, this should be an interesting one. An Annihilate. Not only that, but he'd actually probably be a good catch too. Who wants to do the Annihilate? Do any of y'all actually need the Annihilate? He's pretty damn handy. This one does hit hard though. This guy hits really hard. Yeah, the 6-star Annihilates hit very, very hard. So, And he's a Dragon Tera type. Let me check something real quick here. Where is the... Should be over here. There it is. Oh, he also does have a chance of dropping Mysticus too. Let's see, he's a 6-star and he's a dragon. I don't think I've ever faced a Dragon Tera type. Let's see, the moves he uses is Close Combat, Shadow Claw, Assurance, Focus Energy, Bulk Up, Rage Fist, and Ice Punch. There are no best counter abilities. Ouch. Let's see. Oh, okay, now I'm remembering how this goes. Best counters, as far as Pokemon go, it looks like it's Iron Valiant. Yeah, so Iron Valiant's going to be the way to go, because he counters Dragon. Grimmsnarl, it says, is also good. Wigglytuff is good, and so is Azumarill. And that's an Azumarill that I assume Tera's into Fairy. Zacian. If you got a Zacian, that's also good. Yeah, Sylveon's on the list too, so whoever said they were bringing their Sylveon, good choice. But those are the top ones. Yeah, Iron Valiant, Grimmsnarl, Wigglytuff, Azumarill, Zacian, Magearna, if you have it, and a Sylveon. Tinkaton is on the list, but I wouldn't really recommend that one because it's also part Steel. And I imagine that Steel would probably get hit pretty hard if he does a fighting type move. You'll get +6 Ape. Well, he's gonna go +6 anyway. I know what you're thinking though, because he's gonna keep doing Defiant whenever Iron Valiant hits with their Fairy type move. You don't have to hit with that particular Fairy type move though. You can hit with another one, so he doesn't keep doing that. I do. Well, I guess I could bring my Azumarill or my Zacian. Yeah, I could try Zacian. I do have a Zacian that should be ready to go. Let me ask you this though, guys. Do you all want me to eat a sandwich first, so that it possibly gives more Mysticas than normal? Because this guy does have a chance of dropping Mysticas. So if y'all want, I can take a moment and get a sandwich to help with the drops. Play Rough is slightly better because the stat drop isn't something that always hits. You're low-key stacked on Urbas. I don't even use the Urbas myself, but I know some of you guys do, so that's why I'm offering. After those is Tera Blast. Hold on, let me check my Zacian just to be certain. Because I know my Zacian has Play Rough, but I think it has another Fairy type move. You burned 6 Urbas for a Mark Apple. Apples. Apples. Where are you, Zacian? I should just search him. Oh, that's right. I can't search him, can I? Oh, no, I can do by type. Yeah. While I'm searching fairies, I can also see other options here. Hatterene. Well, there's Wigglytuff. Oh, he tears into Ghost, though. I could probably... I think I'll just... No, that also does water? I thought he was a fairy. I guess I could just do my Sylveon. Yeah, I think I'll just do Sylveon. Just to make it easy. Marked Driplin. So nobody wants me to eat a sandwich? Okay. Well, I'll just do Sylveon then. I actually do want pizza. And I don't want like store-bought frozen pizza. I want like actual fresh pizza. I could just buy it and go pick it up. It's always much cheaper when you pick it up. Because I know that most of the pizza places around here have that like carry-out special where you could get like a large pizza with like 2 or 3 toppings for like $8. But it's only if you go and pick it up. If you have to deliver it, then it's like $20. Dad works at a pizza place, so you can just get free pizza. That's good and bad, Dry. Because I've found... I especially remember this when I was a teenager. When I was a teenager and I was 16 years old, I worked at McDonald's for a very short period of time. And when you're a teenager, you're like, hey, McDonald's, you know? And you think, oh, cool, get all the free food, you know? And you do, you get discounts and stuff on the food. But once you start working there and you're around the food all the time, just not as good. You kind of get sick of it a little bit. That's what happened with me and McDonald's. Like at first I was like, oh cool, free hamburgers and fries and stuff, but then like after a little bit it's just like, ugh, I don't want to do this no more. And that happens much faster than you'd think it would. The only place, like eatery that I worked at was a Mexican restaurant. I worked at for a very short time. Um, well, actually, wait. Oh, there was that Italian restaurant that I was a dishwasher at when I was like 17. Yeah, I had a lot of jobs when I was a teenager. But yeah, I was a dishwasher at this Italian restaurant. And I didn't stay at that Italian restaurant, but for a good reason. But the one big benefit of that was I was the dishwasher. It was actually a hard job. It was only minimum wage. I think I was making like, oh gosh, like 5 something an hour. It was a really crap wage. But the chef was a really good dude. Not the owner or the manager. The owner and the manager, they were both jerks. But the chef was a really good dude. And usually after about 3 or 4 hours into my shift, the chef would just show up. And he'll be like, here, man, have some lunch. And he'd give me this huge plate of really great spaghetti. Like homemade old school spaghetti, giant meatballs. It was so delicious. So damn good. And he would just do that like every day. Oh my god, I got critted. Are you serious? I got critted hard there. Wow. Okay, I gotta burn a cheer already. Because I got hit extra hard. That sucks. But yeah, chef was extra cool. And then his food, he would make all the food there, him and his sous chefs. And yeah, it was a nice fancy Italian restaurant. Every day that I worked, he would come by and he'd bring me lunch. And I was like, that is absolutely delicious stuff. That was my big regret about having to leave that place, but I had to leave that place because like I said, the manager that was there, big time racist. Big time racist. And it was a little strange at first because it was my first run-in with an Italian person that was actually from Italy. Like he was straight up from, I think he was like from Naples or something. He was hard, like straight up Italian. And obviously this was an Italian restaurant. And he knew the owner, which is how he became the manager. And I imagine the owner was also from Italy. And the chef, he was Italian, but he wasn't from Italy, but he was still a really good dude. So he had lived in the States for his entire life. This guy had immigrated here, but unfortunately, why are you all getting y'all's butts kicked? But unfortunately, I guess they just didn't understand that making racist jokes in the workplace was frowned upon here, and they were really bad about it. And it's kind of crap because, again, the owner was Italian, the manager was Italian, again, both from Italy. The chef, who was also Italian but was not from Italy, but then one of the sous chefs was Hispanic, like me, and then of course I was Hispanic, and then there was a couple of other guys that worked there who were actual Mexicans. Like they were from Mexico, but they were here on work visas, that kind of thing. And he was super racist against them. I didn't take it as bad because I always knew, you know, deep down I was like, well, I'm not really, even though some people look at Hispanic people as Mexicans, I'm not Mexican. Although I do have some Mexican roots, but these guys were actually from Mexico, so they were actual Mexicans. And the manager would just make so many inappropriate racist jokes about them. And yeah, it was bad. It was really bad. So I only lasted there a couple of weeks, and then I was like, I can't deal with this, man. And the only reason those two Mexican guys stayed is because, again, they were legal. They're not illegals. They were there on work visas. But it's like, you know, it's already hard enough for them to get a job because they are Mexican. So, but yeah, it was pretty rough for them. But I was like, I'm not sticking around. And again, like I said, as cool as the chef was, the manager and the owner were just awful people. And it's weird too, because you would think this was here in South Texas, where there are a lot of Mexican people. You would think that they would just be like, oh, well, this is a place where a lot of Mexican people are. Okay, I'd better chill out on that kind of stuff. But no, they just, yeah. They just didn't care. Oh, you still have to do your Mewtwo raid? Oh boy. Ooh. I will help you on the Mewtwo raid if you really need help. But again, I have a supporter Mew. So keep that in mind when you're recruiting. As far as this Annihilate raid, we got obliterated. Yeah, Annihilate is not easy. The best thing that I've found to do with Annihilate is to get somebody in there that counters Annihilate really, really well. Let them max out their attack or special attack or what have you, and then try to hit him in one, like, hard hit. That's the best you can really do. I'm an attacker mule. What? I don't think you should bring a mule to the Mewtwo fight. That seems weird. Is there a mule Pokemon? I mean, I know there's like the Mudsdells and stuff, but those are more like horses or donkeys. I meant Mew, not mule. I already did the meet. Oh, you just like doing them. And I'm at the point where unless somebody actually needs Mewtwo, I don't really want to do the raids. I'm not making fun of you. It's a typo. Come on. It's funny. Yeah, it's not like mules are a bad thing. Mules are actually very, very good animals. If you don't know what a mule is a cross between a horse and a donkey. It's when a horse mates with a donkey, you get a mule. Yeah. Mudstale. It's Mudsdale. I actually have a Mudsdale. And I actually have 2 Mudsdales, and they're excellent. Yeah, Mudsdales are excellent, man. They don't hit super hard, but they generally hang around and have pretty good survivability. Okay, so how are we doing this now? Oh, wait a minute. What was that a... Oh, it's not. Okay. I thought that might have been a shiny that just kind of walked right up to me. Imagine me not even trying to find shinies and I find 2 in like 2 hours. That'd be funny. So yeah, what are we doing here? Because apparently I'm gonna have to go survival mode here. I'm trying to think, do I have a dragon type that has really good survivability? I really don't know. I don't generally use dragon types very much. I do have a bunch, obviously, but I just don't use them. Let me see, and he does fighting moves and ghost type moves. Let me check my weakness chart here. Come on, where is my weakness chart? Really? Did they change the weakness chart? It looks all weird now. Why'd they do this? Okay, well, I can still work this out. Okay. So Ghost hits other Ghost really hard and also hits Dark really hard. He also does fighting moves. Fighting hits Psychic and Flying. Oh no, this is wrong. Hold on. Yeah, they changed up the chart that I use, and now it looks all weird. So I'm having a hard time reading this. Okay, screw that stupid chart. I'm not looking at that. Could Altaria work? How is Altaria versus fighting and ghost moves? Just be support and let Phalanx work? Trying to think if I have another supporter then. I'll take my supporter Mew in there. Actually, that wouldn't work because I wouldn't be able to attack at all. But not like that's his thing, but... Let's see. And he does physical attacks. Yeah, you can get all the plates from the little auction. Yeah. They just let you get every single plate. Yeah, I really don't know who to bring then. I'm trying to think, do I have a fairy that is just a straight up supporter? It's part ghost. It's another Sylvian. Oh. Florgus. Moonblast Psychic. She's got a lot of... Oh, why is her HP maxed out? Yeah, that's not properly trained, so we're not going to use her. Grimmsnarl. Play Rough, Drain Punch, Spirit Break. Nope, none of those. That's not going to be good. Well, there's Zacian. Oh, that's true. Skill swap. Completely forgot about that. Let's see, Crunch, Play Rough, Sacred Sword. Okay, yeah. If you want, I can skill swap it. I can bring in the floor and just change it up a bit. Here, I'll do that. I'll bring the skill swap. Let me go back to my boxes here. Where's my floor? She was right here, right? Okay. Let's do it. So I would give him Flower Veil. That should be fine. Flower Veil should not hurt us there. Okay, so I'm sure I have a skill swap in here somewhere. There it is. Alright, so let's see. I guess I'll take out Magical Leaf. Let me see. I'm pretty sure I have the Chilling Water in here, don't I? There it is. Chilling Water. I think the biggest thing is probably going to be the skill swap. Because once he's not constantly getting buffed like that, then that's really going to help survivability. So I may be able to just go in there with these two just like this. Dry. It's going to give you all the Arceus plates. That's what that little... Because if you notice there at the auction, there's usually only 3 of those little auction people. But whenever you add additional Pokemon that have specialized held items like that, the 4th one will automatically start popping up. So that you're allowed to go to them and, I guess, quote-unquote, buy the special items that are made specifically for them. Once you get all those plates for the Arceus, that 4th one's going to disappear, and you won't see them anymore. Unless you add in another Pokemon from another game, like via Pokemon Home or something, that also has a very specialized item, like Giratina. Giratina has a specialized item that they use. And then she'll show up there again. Here, I'll throw in Helping Hand, because like I said, my setup here isn't great, but this should actually be fine. Okay, so I'll I'll immediately do the skill swap, and then I will, I guess, do other stuff. How about that? Yeah, I'll skill swap, and then I guess I'll just chilling water. And then once you guys have had a chance to buff yourselves, like with sword or something, then I'll start throwing helping hand out. How about that? That work? I think that should work. All right, here we go. Yeah, this new version of the chart looks awful. Is Iron Valiant good? He should be fine now. The reason why he wasn't good before, or not as good as he could potentially be, is because Annihilate has Defiant, but I'm gonna skill swap him, so he's not gonna have it anymore. So he should be fine now. Yeah, as long as he doesn't have Defiant, it's fine. Guess I'm not getting any of the rewards, despite my Sylveon getting beat up. It's okay. Sylveon can live on the fact that it's a really cute Pokemon. I still want a shiny Phalanx. I still don't have one. Yeah, certain shinies I definitely still want, but I just can't find them anywhere. There we go. Skill swap. You'll eventually get the plate. Okay, I'll just use chilling water for a little while just to bring his attack down. Man, that's the one thing about this guy. He crits all the time. He crits way too much. Remember, guys, pump yourself up first before you attack. God, he crit again! Yeah, this dude just crits way too much. Yes, I know I'm support. I can't speak for anybody else, but I know I'm support here. I'm doing supporter stuff. I know chilling water does no damage. The only reason I'm using it is to lower his attack. Yeah, look at this. That's 3 crits in a row. This guy definitely crits way too much. Oh, he already reset everybody. Okay, noob, you gotta do something to survive more, man. You're getting obliterated here. Yeah, he's crit me every single time he's hit me. Yeah, he definitely crits like every shot. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to keep you guys alive. Not like that was my job anyway, but He's gonna probably crit. Well, oh my god, I have 1 health. And he crit me again. Yeah, he's got 94% crits. It feels like it, huh? 94% chance to crit, yeah. Wow, I can't believe I didn't die there. Oh my god, that's such a good heal, too. Yeah, do not let yourself die, guys. Please, for the love of God. If we get one more death, we're gonna lose. Oh my god, he actually didn't hit me that hard. Saying that unironically. It wouldn't surprise me. He hits crits that often. Would not surprise me if it's that high. Okay, Dalvor, next move, I'm going to give you a helping hand. And I hope this does it for you. Oh, you already got the move off. Darn. Let me see. What's he at now, though? Okay, I'm still using helping hand. Yeah, hopefully that will kill you. Or kill you. Kill it. Oh, well, there's Spatial Rend. Oh, my God. Here, I'm going to beat him with Chilling Water. Eat it! I didn't kill it, per se, but still. That was kind of a... That was a bit of a train wreck, but we got through it. Focus energy in Shadow Claw 94%. Ouch. Yeah, I'm gonna grab this Annihilate in case anybody actually still needs an Annihilate. Let me know and I'll just give this one to you, because he really is that good. Yeah, I have 2 Annihilates, one that tears to Ghost, one that tears to Fighting. He's very, very good. Oh, Phalanx has battle armor, meaning Ape will never crit. Oh, that's nice. Oh, wow, the rewards were good, too. A capsule and a patch. Patch is very useful. Wow, look at all those mints, too. We got, what, 3 mints? Wow, yeah, lots of mints and lots of ability stuff. That was pretty good. Conquered Mev. Thank you for the follow over on Twitch. Well, at the very least, I got rid of his Defiance, so I helped. I helped us. Minus Defiant, he's much more manageable. But seriously, if anybody needs that ape, just let me know, and I'll trade you the ape. Build a Phalanx for Annihilate. I just don't see Annihilate all that often. That's why I kind of like, eh. Yeah, before this, the last time I saw an Annihilate was probably about 2 months ago. I just don't see them that much. Especially since they've been doing the run-up to the Mewtwo raids. Yeah, there's even less likelihood to see an Annihilate out there. I mean, it was nice to see it as a 6-star, but yeah, they're just, at least for me, they're just not all that common. And I do have a Phalanx that I have trained up and stuff, but I think the reason why I don't really use him all that much is because when it comes to fighting types, I almost always use Iron Hands first. Yeah, because as far as fighting type go, he's probably, if not the best, among the best. Now, don't get me wrong, Phalanx has his uses, obviously. But for regular, just everyday, 5-star raids, Iron Hands is pretty much the go-to for a lot of people. There's a lot of birds right here, man. I kind of want to avoid these. Let me just check the regular non... Yeah, let's just check this one. I want a regular 5-star, because I'm getting kind of sick of facing the Scizors and the Hatterines all the time. And Scizor, kinda. 532 crits, 147 deaths. a little, a little off there on your math, but okay. My luck, this is going to be like a 3-star fighting. Hey, look, speaking of mules that are not really mules, he's a donk, but there he is. Little donk. Yeah, of course. 3-star. The only benefit of having to go all over the map trying to find a 5-star is that I get to click on all of these and I get all the little points. What website advised using Iron Valiant and its Defiant Trigger toolkit against Annihilate? The terrestrial calculator. Yeah, that is kind of crazy there. And I think because it doesn't necessarily take the moveset into account whenever it's making the calculations. Yeah, and it actually says here best counter, and Iron Valiant is rated as 4, which is very good. But yeah, once you take into account the fact that he's constantly triggering Defiant, yeah, kind of a weird thing. The other options were actually better, like even the Wigglytuff. Well, actually, no. Maybe the Wigglytuff wouldn't be a good counter either, because he's part normal. So, if he got hit with close combat, he'd be killed. Azumarill actually wouldn't be a bad option. Yeah, it has Azumarill on here also, and Azumarill would actually be pretty good. Yeah, it seems like, I mean, because when you really think about it, there aren't any great counters as far as a single Pokemon going up against it. It's when you put the team together that you're able to pretty much work it out. You're also taking into account the fact that you think that Play Rough is going to lower stats much more than it does when it doesn't. I've gone entire fights and Play Rough will not trigger any sort of stat debuff. Yeah, it happens, but it doesn't happen nearly as much as you think it does. I think it's like a less than 20% chance for it to trigger. What I'm saying is, out of those 4, I'd probably say Azumarill is probably the best one. Out of those 4 options, the Valiant, the Snarl, the Tough, or the Azumarill. Let's see, Sylveon. Poor Sylveon. He got annihilated. So 10%. And even then, you can counter the whole missing thing of Play Rough if you really wanted to. That's another thing I've noticed. And again, what I tend to do is, whenever I go out and I do EV training, which I do very often, like every day, I will set my team up to where I use the same Pokemon every time when I'm fighting. And just out of boredom, I will start counting how often a move will miss. Something similar to like Play Rough, how it's rated at 90, but of course that number isn't always exact. Like if you attack with it 10 times, you may actually hit with it 10 times. Of course, it's a very small sample size. But there's also the chance that even if you attack with it 10 times, it may hit only 7 times. That's kind of how statistics and percentages actually work. So it is kind of luck of the draw as well, because it's not, 90% over 10 attacks. It's 90% every single time. So it is kind of a weird thing. And that's why I think that's pretty much why I don't see the stat decrease from Play Rough nearly as often as you would think that it would happen. Simply because it's not a 10% chance over, say, 10 attacks. It's a 10% chance every single time. So you could very literally use Play Rough 100 times and it never trigger. It never trigger that stat decrease. Oh my gosh, can I get a 5-star here? No 5 stars anywhere, man. That's assuming Azumarill doesn't get the heal. Like I said, if you go in there solo, that's one thing, but I'm always assuming that I'm going in there with a team that at least kind of knows what they're doing. Because, yeah, if you're going up against something like an Annihilate and you have an Azumarill that goes in with Belly Drum, I would hope that the team knows that you need to heal him immediately. Because if they don't, then obviously he is going to get popped really hard. And if not die, then he is going to be at like 15 or 20 health. He's going to be on the brink of death at that point. Yeah, I don't consider going in, because again, that if I went in solo against that particular 6-star, I would play it very differently. I wouldn't take an Azumarill. Like I said, every time that I see these recommendations, I always kind of assume, okay, we're probably doing this as a team. There's a pig. There's a baby. Let's see, can I get another random shiny? There is a cook out in the middle of nowhere. Why is that cook even out here? I understand you're going to go around catching Pokemon, but why would you go around catching Pokemon with your chef's hat on? Or that's not even a chef's hat, that's more like a baker's hat. The chef and the baker are the same thing. No, they're not. A chef makes primarily dinner food, or food that you would eat for like lunches and stuff. A baker makes bread, which can be eaten for lunch, but you generally won't see a baker also go and make a steak at the same time. You just won't. A baker generally bakes. They don't cook. They can cook, but that is not their main thing. Some of the stuff that they may end up baking may require cooking to some extent. And what the hell is that? Oh, it's a... Ah, no, don't hit the... Hey, look, Hammer's finally here. Took you long enough. I was asleep. I know you're asleep. You always sleep late on Saturdays. Either that or you'll hop in for like 10 minutes and then you'll go take like a 3-hour nap. You're seeing a GeForce RTX 3070 8GB for $300. That's a ripoff. That is a 100% ripoff. Oh god dang it! I didn't mean to run into this guy. Okay, are you listening to what you just typed? Did you read that back in your head? One of my exes was a pastry chef. She baked all the time. Like I said, it is very possible for a chef to bake. It is very possible for a baker to cook. It happens, but that is not their primary thing. Kind of like how I cook all the time, but I wouldn't necessarily call myself a chef now, would I? I bake occasionally. I wouldn't call myself a baker. Why are you at your mom's house? But anyways, yeah, seriously, jokes aside, I would not pay $300 for that 3070 8 GB, because if you're going to be going last generation, seriously, just go with a Radeon card. You can probably get something like a 6700 XT, which is better than the 3070, I think, for probably about the same amount of money. And the reason I say it's better is because the 6700, I believe, was it 12 or 16 gigabytes? So you're definitely going to get more VRAM. Because a lot of those older cards, they're just really, really cheap right now. That's why I'm feeling that 3070 for $300 feels a little overpriced. Let's see. Newegg.com. Wow. Yeah, the 6700 XTs. Oh, here you go. Check this out. On Newegg, an ASRock Radeon 6700 XT, 12 gigabytes of VRAM, $330. That's before tax. But you get a Starfield Premium Edition with it. So basically, you get the Premium Edition of Starfield with the card. That's actually a really good deal. Because the Premium Edition of Starfield, I think, is like $100. It's like 90 or $100. So yeah, anytime you can get a free game with it, there you go. There's also some other ones, like there's a couple by XFS or XFX, but if you want to get the better deal, the ASRock one is like $330, and that's for the 6700. Yeah, 7700 is like $450, so that's still too new. Okay. It's a very good deal. Yes, it is. Pastry chefs make pastries. Yes. And generally you can bake a pastry. Oh my gosh, get away from me, you stupid dog. I don't want to mess with you. Leave me alone. I keep pressing the wrong button. 5-star Weavile Dragon Tera type. I'll do that. I'm just getting bored running around here trying to find a 5-star. Get away from me, Fampy. I saw Fampy at the grocery store. This morning I went to go get some water. And, as I always do, just noticed this was here. It took you long enough. But I saw Fampy at the store because I went down the... Here's something that's really odd. Again, I hate when they do this. Whenever they start getting, you know, putting stuff in stores for holidays that aren't for like 4 or 5 months. Well, my local grocery store is already doing Christmas. I'm like, dude, it's September. Stop it. Stop it. Because when I went down like the seasonal aisle, I saw all the Halloween stuff. I'm like, okay, you know, Halloween's next month. I get that. But then, of course, there's a little section there. And I noticed they put a bunch of toys out. And I was like, well, what's with this little toys here? And it's a Christmas section. I'm like, ugh. Stop doing that. QLV. V2. Pumpkin pancakes in the morning. Thank you for responsoring, Hammer. It's a little sound effect. Let's see, what am I doing here? Oh, he's a dragon type. Oh, so I guess Sylveon would work, huh? Let's see, and he does ice moves, mostly. Yeah, I guess Sylveon would work. Or here, I'll just... No, let me see, he's ice? I don't care. I'm bringing Cresselia, I don't care. Oh my god, just, dude, don't, no. Stop making errors, just go. There we go. Not sure about Eternatus. Let me think. So versus ice? Yeah, because Eternatus is a dragon. I know he's poison, but he's also a dragon. So those ice moves by Weavile is gonna hurt that Eternatus pretty bad. So I don't think that's a great choice. Salandit? Yeah, Salandit. You're in love with pumpkin? You're in love with a pumpkin. That seems weird. I mean, did you like go to the store and buy a pumpkin or something, or what did you do? And how do you know you love this pumpkin? I've got some terrible jokes for that, but I'm gonna just take the high road. Yeah, I figured there was a reason you were bringing the Salandit. I was like, there's a reason he's bringing that. So, okay. I don't understand how we're screwed. Yeah, the Salandit actually does make sense. He's a little guy, but he makes sense. There. Yeah, my Cresselia is a straight up supporter, so yeah. Put some light screen out there. We'll do a little oops, no. Come on, let me do my move, dang it! Put a little mist out there. Misty terrain halves dragons damage. Yeah, so our Eternatus is kind of useless. Not completely useless, but not as useful. There you go. Let's do some Lunar Blessing. There you go. Give everybody a little heal there. Well, there are a few people that I've seen do that, where they make very specialized type Pokemon that, even though they aren't, you know, fully evolved or whatnot, some of them are just made very specifically for certain Tera battles. He's not nearly the first person I've seen do that. Uh-oh. That's the downside. He can die. Yeah, he's not impervious, but we're pretty far along in the raid at this point, so we're probably fine. I forget who else it was, but yeah, there was somebody else that used to do that too. They would bring in very specialized Pokemon. Like they had the Oshawott. I've seen that before. I'm trying to remember which other ones they had, but yeah, they had a handful of different Pokemon that they used only for versus very specific Tera types. Ooh, that was super effective. That's dead anyway. Yeah, I'm not as worried when it's a 5-star, because 5 stars are generally pretty easy to beat. In fact, I would say virtually every 5-star out there is soloable. If you've got at least a pretty good Pokemon that's all trained up and stuff, you should not have a problem soloing most of the 5 stars. The only 5-star that I remember having trouble with, maybe Kaparaja? Yeah, but that was several months ago. We've obviously learned quite a bit more since then. Wow, this is some decent rewards. PP up, lots of candies, some feathers. Yeah, a lot of candy from this guy. Sans skeleton. So you have no bones? Kind of makes me think of that one episode of Family Guy where Peter gets 3 wishes. And the guy's about to beat him up, and then he screams out, "I wish I had no bones!" And then he becomes like this blob of basically skin and everything just sitting on the floor. Who's that? Oh. Tink. Cannot find any 5 stars, man. You remember that episode? It's an older episode. It just kind of memorable because it was so stupid. You're terrified now? Man, I'm like really craving pizza now. I shouldn't have said that. I'm like super craving it. Yeah, I think after this I'm probably gonna go grab a pizza. I'm not paying an extra $12 just to have it delivered. I'm just gonna go get it. What kind? I just go with general pepperoni. The only time that I have them change anything on the order is just when I ask them to add extra sauce. I've noticed, especially over the last several years, there are a lot of pizza places out there that really like to skimp on the sauce. So it's basically like eating just like cheesy bread at that point. And so I have to tell them, like, please add extra sauce, because every time I ask them to add extra sauce, all they do is just add the amount of sauce they're supposed to put. Because I've gotten pizzas like that, no joke, that had virtually no sauce. It's like, what's the point? It's not pizza at that point. It's, like I said, it's just cheesy bread. At least try to make it look like a pizza. Yeah, pepperoni's kind of the go-to. There are other types that I like as well. Like, occasionally I'll go for ham and pineapple. Hey, look at that! We got a 5-star. Oh my god. It's a fighting type Mew. Or Mew. A fighting type Mimikyu. There we go. I don't get people who are all crazy about, you know, pepperoni being on pizza. It makes sense. It really does. Especially when you pair it with the ham. Because ham is a bit of an oily, salty meat. Okay? And so it has that kind of salty taste to it. The pineapple is not terribly sour and not terribly sweet. It's a good balance of the two, and it's got some juice in it. And so it pairs well not only with the ham, but it also pairs well with the sweet, sort of spicy taste of a good pizza sauce. Okay? If you get it from a good place, pineapple on pizza is actually absolutely delicious. If you get it from a crap place, then yeah, you're going to have a bad experience. Okay? Have you ever had grilled pineapple? I imagine most of you have not. And it sounds strange, it really does. But like, say for instance, if you're barbecuing and you've got like some ribs or something on your grill, and I'm not talking you can cover them in foil and just stick them on the grill. I mean actually stick them on the grill directly. Okay? As you cook them or as you barbecue them, even fajitas, it goes really good with fajitas. Cook some fajitas on the grill. Let that grill gather a little char. Char is basically the burnt up little bits of meat that sometimes come off of the meat. That's normal. After you cook those fajitas, put on a couple of slices of pineapple and just let them grill there for like a minute, 2 minutes. Flip it, let it grill there. Take them off. Eat those with the fajitas. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. You just got to know how to pair that stuff, man. I'm over here talking like a chef. Oh, I thought you said you weren't a chef. I'm not a chef. My brother, on the other hand, is an actual chef. He even went to chef school and everything. He is a chef. My grandfather was a chef not only in the military, but back in the day when the Holiday Inn used to actually be like a big time kind of upper class hotel chain. He was a chef at the Holiday Inn here in Corpus Christi. We even have pictures of him with all of his dishes and stuff. It's pretty neat. And I don't mean dishes like a plate. I mean like dishes like food, you know, served out there that he cooked. Because he used to cook for banquets and stuff. He was a big time chef, man. Yeah, he cooked for the Holiday Inn and he also cooked in the military. You're going to have a bad time then, and me being the cause. Okay. But yeah, you just got to prep it right. You really do. I mean, it could also be that I really enjoy pineapple just as a fruit. It's really, really good. I really enjoy it. Oh, what was I doing here? Oh, a fighting type. So let's see, a fighting type. Who do I want to bring? I mean, this is just a 5-star, so I don't think it'll be that hard. I really don't even know who to bring. I guess, what, a psychic type? It's a Mimikyu, and they don't generally hit that hard. They're mostly just annoying. It's only a level 50. I'll just bring this, I don't care. It's a 5-star. Speaking of chef, now I have to feed my Messer's truck store harvest ants some fruit and chipped up mealworms and water. Sounds about right. There's a guy I know who likes making terrariums. Do you all know what terrariums are? If you're not familiar with what a terrarium is, I'm going to tell you. A terrarium is basically a little environment that you create within a very small, almost enclosed space. Like what you can do to build a terrarium is you can get something like a small fish tank or a fish bowl even. And what you do is you gather up a bunch of various different things like soils, different types of moss, even little plants and stuff. And you put it all in there, and then once all that is situated, then you introduce actual other, life to it, like little bugs. Mostly you want to stick with little bugs and stuff that are very beneficial for the environment that you're building. And so sometimes you can put just like little beetles in there. I've seen people that have put in certain species of caterpillars and centipedes, all kinds of different stuff. There's like articles and stuff that you can read on this. And obviously I'm no expert in this, so I'm just kind of telling you the basics here. But they'll build those, and then they'll cover them. They'll put like a seal on them that you can remove at different points because you need to do that for certain environments. And one other thing they'll put in there is they'll also put in a certain amount of water. And the cool thing is that once you seal it and let it sit there for a little while, the water will evaporate, but then it will kind of quote unquote rain down back into the environment. So it just recycles it over and over and over again, which is really neat. And what he will do is he makes these videos where when he goes in to, I guess, feed the wildlife that's in there, the little bugs and stuff, because they can feed on like the little plants and stuff in there, but at the same time, you don't want them completely annihilating the plant life in there because that's bad. So what he'll do sometimes is he'll get a cucumber and he'll slice it, a good chunk slice, and he'll open up the terrarium, again, to let some fresh air and stuff in there too, and then he'll drop in this slice of cucumber, and then he'll cover it back up and everything, and he'll just put the camera there, and he'll focus on the cucumber. And as the day goes by, all the little various bugs will start coming out of their little burrows and stuff, and they'll go and they'll just start munching on this cucumber. Coolest little thing I've ever seen. It's such a basic thing, But it's just cool to sit back and watch these little bugs just start nomming on this slice of cucumber. It's so cool. And I imagine that's kind of like what it's like to have a little ant farm like that. How you go and you'll put like little mealworms and stuff in there and just let them start nomming and munching on them. I imagine the ants handle them a little bit differently, because ants, again, are very much a troop, very much a little, you know, gathering of ants. They're more of a colony type insect than some of the other insects that would go into a terrarium. So yeah, they would handle them a little differently, but I imagine it still looks as cool as that. Because you ever seen like wild ants just like out in the wild? They'll like find like a dead bug or a dead lizard or something, and as a team they'll start dragging it back to like their dens and their mounds and stuff. I imagine that's pretty neat. What is that? What am I looking at? Check out that link? I can't. I'm actually doing something right now. News, world, us. What? Trucker's only 2 months young, and they already got majors. Definitely getting super majors soon. With how much I feed them. You broke its neck. That's normal. Poor MewTwo. Oh, MewTwo was there at the store too. I said earlier that I saw Phanpy at the store in the seasonal Christmas aisle. MewTwo was there too. I actually thought for a split second about buying it, but then I saw how much they asked for it, and I was like, eh, forget it. Yay! I actually got play rough to trigger. I was thinking that too. I was like, I wonder if all times now, since I was talking about play rough earlier, will it actually trigger? And sure enough, there it is. Actually got it to trigger. Let's see, can we do it twice in a row? Chances say I should not be able to, but yeah, it didn't. Okay, figured that would happen. Ants in Detroit could carry a house. That's the weird thing, man, is that ants, a lot of people underestimate ants, but as a colony, ants are incredible. They could, oh crap, I can't use that. All right, go back. Ants as a colony are absolutely incredible. Those little guys, I remember when I was young, we learned about ants in elementary school, and I remember hearing that ants, depending on the species, they can carry and lift something like 10 to 25 times their own body weight. It's kind of insane how strong these little guys are. In fact, I remember our teacher telling us, and this stuck with me, our teacher told us that if an ant was the same size as a human being, like if you scaled them up, and along with scaling up their size, you also scaled up their strength, that an ant could literally lift a car by itself. And I was like, that always stuck with me, because I was like, that's insane. But you know, as you get older and you learn more about the world, I came to realize, wow, they weren't even, you know, that wasn't even hyperbolic. That's actually 100% true. That just kind of gives you an idea of how strong some of these little ants are. Ants are actually really awesome, except for fire ants. Fire ants can bite my butt. Well, actually don't bite my butt, because that's really painful. But fire ants can burn in fire. How about that? I do not like, I can't find anybody that likes fire ants. If you've ever had an encounter with fire ants, you will understand why they are absolutely hated. I cannot stand fire. I mean, even some of like the regular little basic ants, they give you little bites and stuff, and they're annoying. They itch and all that. Fire ants, on the other hand, oh boy, if a fire ant gets you, oh, you feel it. Oh my god, I hate those little things. Getting caught by one is bad enough. Getting caught by like 5 or 6, oh my gosh. It's weird, because it's not so much painful. It's not like super painful, but it's painful to the point where It's incredibly aggravating. It's not, and you can't ignore it. If you try to ignore it, it's pointless because it's not going to work. Wow, calm mint. Okay. But yeah, fire ants, I hate the little guys. The only ants that I will actually leave alone if I see them are probably the ants that I should actually kill, besides fire ants, and those would be sugar ants. Sugar ants are generally those little tiny ones. Those little tiny ones, and they don't generally, as far as my experience, I've never had a little sugar ant bite me, but they will go around looking for food all the time. Especially, obviously, sugar. Same with bullet ants. I can't say I've ever heard of bullet ants. Maybe I know them as a different name. Yeah, I'm not familiar with bullet ants. Oh, I didn't even realize there's a... Well, where's... Oh, man, I'll have to fly a little bit out there. Okay. We'll go to this one because I've not checked it. Alright, while I'm waiting for that, I'm going to look up bullet ants. What are these? Oh, okay. I've seen these like in little documentaries and stuff, but I don't believe these are local to where I am. Yeah, I don't think these are in my area. I don't remember seeing these out in the wild here. Let me see, where are these usually from? Taxonomy, etymology, distribution, here we go. Central and South America. So I'm not far south enough. Yeah, Central and South America, Neotropical realms, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama, Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia. Okay, so that's where those generally are. Yeah, I'm not far south enough to see those. The ants can move their giant feeder dish. I imagine, yeah, as a group, ants can do some pretty insane things. Like I said, I've seen, I think the biggest thing I've ever seen an ant, like an ant colony carry successfully, was maybe like a dead bird, like a very small dead bird. I've seen it kind of move and I'm like, what in the heck? And then I walk over, there's ants there. They were trying to take it back. I was like, that's impressive. Not even gonna hate on that. That's impressive. Please be a 5-star. God dang it. Oh, right. You wanted me to check out that article. Hold on. Florida man arrested. Oh, I heard about that. Yeah, the article that Hammer is trying to share there, basically a man from Florida was arrested after, it says here, after trying to cross Atlantic in a hamster wheel vessel. So apparently this guy, and again, like I said, I heard about this, Hammer, a few days ago. There's a guy who had a hamster wheel vessel. It's a big, basically human-sized hamster wheel that had like floats and stuff on it. And of course, as you ran through this thing, it had these little hooks on it, these like little, basically propellers. And so as you run, you move through the water. And he wanted to try to get over to the UK, apparently. He wanted to try to get to Europe. And so he's out there on the water trying to get to Europe using this giant hamster wheel. And a lot of people got this impression that he got arrested for trying to just get to Europe. That's not why they arrested him. They arrested him because the area that he was going into of that part of the Atlantic Ocean had a lot of storms. And in fact, I think there was even a hurricane out there at one point. And they were like, yeah, you got to go back. It's incredibly dangerous. If you stay out here, you're probably going to die because of that storm. And the reason he got arrested was because the Coast Guard went out there and they were like, you got to go back, dude. You have to. And he's all, no, I'm not going back, or some kind of crap like that. And then he started resisting the Coast Guard and not obeying orders. And at that point, that's when he started breaking the law. Because by law, if the Coast Guard goes out there and orders you to do a certain thing, especially if you're on some kind of, boat or watercraft, that kind of thing, you have to listen to him by law. That's maritime law. And if you don't, then they can actually arrest you. And so that's what happened to him. And again, they were only doing it because they didn't want to see the guy die. I mean, I'm sure if this were taking place like in April or something, when there's, you know, no hurricanes or anything out like that out there, probably would have let him keep going. But even then, I think eventually there would have been a little more of a sticky situation. Because imagine, first off, the chances of him actually getting to Europe in a giant hamster wheel, pretty low, to be honest. Even if he prepped, because where is he going to keep all the food and water he would need? Is that shiny? No. I don't imagine, I don't know too much about his craft that he was in, so I don't know, maybe he had like some stuff in there, or little places where he could store food and you know, palatable water and that kind of thing. But even then, if he did eventually make it over to Europe, the question would then be raised, okay, well, they're not going to let, if he gets to the country, he's probably immediately going to be at least detained. Because if you go into, say, like, if he made it to like France, I don't think he'd be arrested, but he would at the very least be detained, because they would probably be like, okay, well, do you have a passport? And if he did have a passport, then that's actually good. Because at least then he could argue, well, I have a passport and all this other stuff. But also, I kind of wonder how that would work out. Simply because I know with the European Union, as long as you have your passport available, then you can usually just kind of go from country to country within the European Union and you're fine. However, he would have been an American going into a European Union country, which operates a little bit differently. Because usually whenever you get to France, what do? You go to, you know, that little part in the airport where it's like immigration. So they can, you know, check your passport and make sure you're all legit and everything. If he just kind of shows up on the beach, then obviously he didn't do that. I'm sure there's a port of entry there for vessels that come into the country where he would have to go and get checked in and all that. But I don't know exactly how that operates. So I imagine he would, like I said, at least be detained just to kind of figure out what to do with him. And you would hope that he did have his passport. Because again, if he shows up there and he didn't have his passport, I think he would. I don't know if they would arrest him, because again, I don't know how French law works. I don't know if they would arrest him, but I imagine he'd probably eventually end up at the American embassy at some point. Because again, if he shows up there and he doesn't have a passport, he's not legally allowed to be in the country. They would want to deport him. So maybe he would just kind of be like, well, can I just go to the embassy? And I don't know how that would work. I don't know. I sincerely have no idea how they would work on that. Anybody from France here? Where's Moni? Maybe he knows a little bit more about European Union law. Yeah, I don't really know how that would work. Like I said, since he is technically illegal, they would just deport him. So I imagine they would either stick him on a plane and send him back to the U.S., or like I said, maybe they'll just take him to the embassy. Yeah, maybe they'd just take him to the U.S. embassy and let them deal with him. I think that would probably be where they'd go, because if you stick somebody on a plane and send them back to the United States, that costs them money. Whereas you just turn him over to the U.S. embassy, now he's their problem. And so they will have to foot the bill for whatever happens to him. So that makes more sense for them to just send him to the embassy. Where do they deport you if they don't know your country of origin? They just detain you at that point. In fact, I forget who it was. Oh, I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember the actual story, because I do remember a story about a guy, I think... Where was he detained? I want to say he was detained in Japan. I think it was Japan. Because when he showed up there, he had a passport that his country of origin was listed as a country that didn't exist. And so obviously the passport was fraudulent. So they detain him, and they obviously started asking questions. Okay, where are you really from? You know, this and that. And he wouldn't say. He just kept sticking to his guns that, no, I'm from this country that's on my passport. And obviously you can just go look on a map and see if the country is there or not. And they were just like, look, we know this country doesn't exist. Where are you from? And he just kept saying that. And they literally detained him for months and months and months because they didn't know what to do with him. Because, I mean, again, if he just says, oh, well, I'm from this country, then what do? You just, contact the embassy or whatever, if there is an embassy. If not, you stick him on a plane and you send him back to that country. Hopefully, you made the right decision there. But like I said, he wouldn't say anything. So they had no idea where to send him, so they just held him. Because he wasn't legally allowed to be in the country, and you can't just let somebody who isn't legally allowed to be in the country go. You just can't do that. And so they just hold you, I guess, indefinitely at that point. Again, I don't remember the exact way that the story played out, but I do remember that they had to keep him locked up for an extended period of time. He could get arrested for... This is beyond trespassing. Trespassing is just if you're like at a location, like a store or something that people don't want you at. This is an entire country. This is different. So I think eventually, again, it depends on the country and how the law works in that particular country. Because I'm pretty sure in some countries, if you just absolutely refuse to tell them where you're from, I imagine they will eventually bring you up on charges and probably jail you at that point. Because, again, if you're unwilling to say where you're from, it's like, well, what do they do? So now, the big thing is, though, is if they are going to bring you up on charges and you know you're eventually going to have to go to jail for an extended period of time now, do you keep up the ruse, or do you just admit, oh, well, I'm from wherever, and then they send you back? You have to think about how that would work out. Or you could do it American style and just send everybody back to Mexico. That's a joke, but at the same time, it's a very sad joke because it's true. Because that's what we've had to do here in the States. I wouldn't say we've had to do it, but that's what has been happening. Is a lot of people will come in illegally, they'll get caught, and a lot of them will end up being deported, but some of them will refuse to say where they're from because they think that that will buy them some time. And so people that are, say, from places like Honduras will simply not say anything, but authorities here just don't want to keep them, and they just think, well, you entered via Mexico, so we're just going to send you to Mexico, and now you're their problem. Because unfortunately in Mexico, they have so many people that are in that situation that are trying to get in the United States and that get sent back, that they pretty much have nowhere else to keep these people. And so they just let them go. Because they literally have no more space. They have no more cells or detainment chambers or anything to keep them in. And so they just let them go. And then what happens to those people? They just make their way back to the border and they illegally cross again. And they do the same thing. Again, they eventually get caught. We ask them where their country of origin is. They don't say. And we send them back to Mexico and they get released again. And yeah, that's the big cycle. Yeah. That's why occasionally, especially if you watch the news here in the United States, occasionally you'll see news stories about somebody who was caught, possibly for like a major crime. Like there was a big story about an illegal who murdered this woman, I believe, in San Francisco. He shot and killed her. And obviously at that point, now he's committed murder. Now he's going to, be brought up on charges and stuff. He's not going to just be deported. Turns out that guy had been deported like 14 times. Yeah. So you can kind of see how the vicious cycle is here in the U.S. as far as immigration goes. Yeah, you can send them back, but they're just going to come back over. They're just going to keep coming back. There's no way to stop it. There really isn't. I actually had this discussion with somebody else, I think about a week ago, because there's video, and again, it's kind of a hilarious but sad video. Like, especially for us Americans, have you all seen the walls that they're putting up along the southern border? They're these big, huge walls, and I mean, they are tall. These walls are like 25 feet high. They're really big. And for years, I'm talking decades, there's been this discussion here in the States, oh, we need to build a wall, you know, secure the border, that kind of stuff, right? So what happens when, not this president, but the previous president was in office, he was like, let's build it, go put the wall up. And so all these people were, yeah, build the wall, all happy about it, right? Those of us, like myself, who live in Texas, who have been following this situation, again, for decades, because I live in Texas, and we're right near Mexico, I was one of those people that were like, dude, it's not going to work. The walls are not going to work. And of course, the people who don't live in Texas and don't understand how the border works and don't understand the immigration issues that we've been facing, again, for decades. Yes, it is. You just don't want it. You want an open border. I'm like, all right, fine. You know what? Build the damn wall. Build the wall, and you're going to see how it fails. There is a video of a group of Mexican people. One of the videos I saw was this one man in particular. He scaled that 25-foot wall with ease. He scaled it, hopped down, ran off. And the reason there's a video of it is because he didn't even try to hide the fact that he was trying to get over the wall. He didn't wait until the nighttime. He didn't wait until there was nobody around. He's just like, I'm doing this. So he went and he climbed the entire wall. And he got over. And there was a group of people there on the American side that were at their jobs, but they were on their lunch break. And so, again, they see this guy scaling the wall. And so what happens? They break out their cell phones and they start recording it. And so they're watching this guy scale the wall, and they all start laughing because it's so hilarious. Because again, those of us here in Texas who have dealt with this our entire lives knew this was going to start happening, and they're watching it happen in real time. And so they film the guy getting down from the, going and climbing over the wall. Then he slowly makes his way back down to the American side, and then he just runs off. And there's even a guy there saying, hey, should we give him like a bottle of water or something? He made some real effort there. And it's hilarious. Because again, all these people, build the wall, build the wall. And for years we've been, at least here in Texas, we've been saying locally, dude, you can build as big a wall as you want. Anybody that wants to get into the country doesn't care about a wall. They're gonna get in. And that right there is a perfect example of why. Not only that, but there are certain portions of the wall that are just bigger. Like there's little, it's kind of weird the way they built the wall is it's not a solid wall. They are like these little steel sections where they are opened so some air can get through, so it's not just all the wind blowing up against this solid wall. But one, the slits are wide enough that smaller people can easily get through them, so it doesn't matter. And then there are other parts of the wall where the slits are even bigger. So even larger men can just slide right through the wall. Yeah, and they do that all the time. In places where there are walls and they don't want to make their way to the point of entry, they just slide through the wall. Or in this guy's case, he was a little bigger, he climbed over it. He doesn't care. They don't care about a wall. That's why we said for decades a wall's not going to work. And in the places here in Texas where there is a wall, it obviously doesn't work. So we just wasted billions of dollars for no reason. I'm fat, no way I'm climbing. But even people who are overweight, again, if you want to get into the country, you're gonna get into the country. Like a lot of the people that are there, I mean, because it's not just like your average Mexican person who lives by the border who decides, oh, I think I'll go to America. Those are not the people that are trying to get in. The people that are trying to get in are people that have come from countries like Colombia, Honduras, Nicaragua, and even further south, going into like South America. Those are the people that are trying to get in. And again, if those people are willing to walk hundreds and in some cases over 1,000 miles to get into the US, do you really think a wall is going to stop them? No, they've already gone through hell just to get to the wall. You think they're going to stop now? Absolutely not. No way. And that's why the wall doesn't work. Sorry, I went on a bit of a rant there. Guns will stop them. No, they won't. They won't. And again, I can tell you why guns won't stop them. One, because if you're pointing a gun at them and they're on the Mexican side, you have now committed an international crime. That is 100% illegal. If you are a member of our Border Patrol and you do that, not only will you get fired, but you will be brought up on charges. That is 100% illegal. You cannot do that. If they are on the Mexican side and you point your gun at them, even if you don't shoot, you will get arrested. And that is a federal crime. It is a felony. 2, if they climb the wall and get over without going through the proper channels, like a port of entry or claiming asylum. And here's another weird thing, another thing that they don't quite understand. If you do cross the wall illegally, but you immediately go to the Border Patrol, and there's agents in certain areas that patrol those areas all the time. If you go up to that Border Patrol agent and you say, I am surrendering myself to you, I want to claim asylum. At that point, they are now a refugee. You have to take them in. You have to. Again, by law, you have to take them in. That means they don't get arrested, they do get detained, and they get taken to an intake center. That is the law. Again, when they are doing the intake, if you cannot point your guns at them, that is illegal. Now, if they come over and they are violent with you, that's something completely different. But most of the people that come over do not do that. They don't even run from the Border Patrol in a lot of cases. They just run. They actually go to the Border Patrol agents and say, I am here to claim asylum. At that point, by law, they have to take them in. You can't shoot them with rubber bullets either. That's assault. You can't do that. You cannot shoot them with rubber bullets, man. And again, I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm like the be-all, end-all of all knowledge when it comes to this. But like I said, I've been living in Texas long enough to know how it all works. Yeah, you cannot point guns at them. You cannot shoot them with rubber bullets. That is illegal. Because again, like I said, even if they have not surrendered to you, they can run from you, which again, that's a crime. If you run from the Border Patrol, that is a crime. But if they run from you and you pull out your gun and you shoot at them, and you strike them, even if it's with a rubber bullet, that's assault. You can't do that. Unless you have a legitimate reason to fear for your life, you cannot do that. Now, of course, I'm sure that's happened before, and I'm sure people have lied about it, but from a law standpoint, no, absolutely not. You cannot do that with them. There are certain things that you absolutely cannot do. If you are Border Patrol, you will get fired immediately and probably brought up on charges. If you're a regular citizen and you do that to them, now you're in massive trouble. There was again, the reason we know this is there's been a group of citizens here that like to go around various border entries, and not even border entries, sometimes just either fenced areas or walled areas, because there are places where that giant wall I was talking about do exist, but then there's also places where it's basically just a fence. And by fence, I mean it's like really cheap. It's basically like pillars of wood, and then you've got like some barbed wire, and that's it. That's it. It's like 5 feet tall. It's not even that big. And then there are still other areas that have nothing stopping people from crossing. No wall, no fencing, nothing. And there were some quote-unquote sovereign citizens that thought that they could just go and do that. And they thought that they could perform a citizen's arrest on people that were crossing illegally. And so what did they do? They went out there and they tried to do this whole citizen's arrest thing. And once those people who were trying to cross over realized that they were not Border Patrol, they ran. And what did those idiot sovereign citizens do? They shot and killed one. And they got arrested. And they went to jail. So yeah, you just can't do those things, man. It's illegal. And I get it. I mean, if you cross over that way, it's the whole illegal gray area is very, very weird when it comes to Border Patrol and the laws that they have to abide by. Because like I said, them crossing at a non-border crossing is illegal. But like I said, once they say to you, once they surrender to you and they tell the Border Patrol, I am here claiming asylum, you can't just send them back. You can't do that. That in itself is a crime. You have to at least let them try. That's the big sticky situation of it all. And I know I'm losing all my viewers because they're like, what in the world is this guy talking about? Because I can't find a 5-star raid. I can't find a new raid. But yeah, it's that's why this whole border situation, when you see people arguing about it like on Twitter and Facebook and stuff, it's pointless to even talk to, especially if they're like hardcore build the wall sort of people. Those are the people that simply just don't know. They don't. And I'm not saying that as an insult to them. I'm just saying that they know so little about this massive problem that they don't even fully understand what it is that they're saying. He has a wife and kids probably, but who cares? Get him out. You know. Hammer's like, okay, I like ice cream. Yeah, the whole border situation, it's why it's a huge mess, and it's been a huge mess. Anybody that tries to tell you that it's just something that's happened under, oh, it happened under the Biden administration, letting all these people in, dude, there are actually fewer people being let into the country now than there were under the last president, which was the Trump presidency. Yeah, and it varies by president, and it varies by all sorts of different stuff. Sometimes the laws change a little bit, sometimes they get tweaked a little bit, but it's always been a problem, and it will always be a problem. And like I said, no wall is going to stop it. Because, and here's another little thing. This happens a lot in California, because Tijuana is right there on the border with close to San Diego. What they have been doing, again, for decades, is they will build underground caves or caverns. They will literally dig into the ground under the U.S. border and into the U.S. And the way that they hide that is they will start it at a business or somebody's house. They will literally tear a hole into the floor and start digging and continue to dig until they get to a particular place. And then they'll have somebody on the U.S. side who, again, owns a house or a business or something, who is sympathetic to their cause. And they, on the U.S. side, will start digging. And they'll dig and dig and dig until they get to that same central point. They'll meet, converge, and then just like that, you've got an underground tunnel that the U.S. has no idea about. And you get illegals through there all the time. But using it for illegals is a secondary thing. The primary thing that goes through those tunnels, drugs. Lots and lots and lots of drugs. That's how most of the drugs get into the country, is stuff like that. Yeah, you can try to bring it in on planes and boats and stuff, but yeah, those little underground tunnels. Yeah. And there are thousands of them. Thousands of them, dude. Yeah. Not only is it a problem there in San Diego, but pretty much any border town between here and California, all of them have little holes like that. It's very common. If you want to share the code for that Dragapult, I will definitely join you, because I've been just complaining for the last 20 minutes. But yeah, I will totally join you on that 5-star Dragapult. You have no good counters? It's a poison type. Do you have a ground type? A ground type could counter it fairly well. Like a Mudsdale. We were talking about Mudsdales and stuff earlier. Yeah, a Mudsdale will work. Let me see what else is a good ground type. I almost want to say Garchomp, but Garchomp is also part dragon, and so he'll probably get hit fairly hard by that Dragapult, because I know the Dragapult has at least one dragon type move that it does. Psychic? I don't know. Again, let me check my... Well, let me see. You have a poison type Dragapult. Let me just look it up here, and we'll see what a good counter is. Dragapult. Poison, 5-star. Poison, here. Okay, so it uses Shadow Ball, Dragon Darts, Thunderbolt, Hex, Reflect, Light Screen, Draco Meteor, Flamethrower, Will-O-Wisp, and Dragon Dance. So 4 of those moves. Okay, let's see. Best counters. Ursaluna. A little hard to come by, though. Ting-Lu. Most of us probably have Ting-Lu. Crocodile. Gastrodon. Whiscash. Quagsire. Camerupt. Groudon. Yeah, there's plenty of good counters here. Meloetta, a little hard to come by that one. Great Tusk. If you have a Great Tusk, that'll work. Hippowdon and Mudsdale. Yeah. It looks like the best one's going to be the Ursaluna, but I know that one's, like I said, unless you played Arceus, then you probably don't have an Ursaluna. But the Ting-Lu is available in this game, so you should be able to get a Ting-Lu. Or you should probably already have the Ting-Lu by now. Crocodile is one that is much easier to get. Gastrodon is another easy one to get. Yeah, so Gastrodon, of the most common ones, Crocodile, Gastrodon, Whiscash. Yeah, any of those would be fine. You have a Gastrodon? Yeah, Gastrodon, you should absolutely have a level 100 Gastrodon. Those little things are so handy. Yeah. Gastrodons are not hard to get in the game either. You can usually find the little Shellos on the beaches, or you can find a Gastrodon all the way up north. How do you not have a Gastrodon? They've given away Gastrodons. Yeah, like via codes, they've given away Gastrodons. And again, let me see, what other options do we have here? Crocodile. You have a Crocodile. Again, very easy to come by. Whiscash. Camerupt. I'm only going through the easy ones to get. Great Tusk. Maybe not so much easier because I know he's a Scarlet exclusive, but still manageable. Hippowdon. Mudsdale. Donphan. Donphan's good too. Yeah, the Donphan, very easy to get. So is the Mudsdale, so is the Hippowdon. Those are all very easy to get. Just get something that doesn't die immediately, and I will join you for the raid. Because again, it's just a 5-star, so I don't imagine it would be very difficult. You've been saving for a shiny? Yeah, and I think this is probably going to be my last battle, because I've already been streaming almost 4.5 hours, and I am really hungry. Like, really hungry. If you can't get me the code in 1 minute, I'm going to go. Oh, but reminder, I will be streaming on Tuesday. Thank you for the follow. Drop Berry MewTwo 629 over on Twitch. I will be streaming on Tuesday evening at about 8 p.m. Central. That's when the DLC goes live, apparently, unless there's a problem. Hopefully there won't be one. That's when the DLC goes live. Probably won't be doing too many Tera raids on that stream, but I will be just doing a lot of the new content. So, yeah. And I don't generally stream on Tuesdays, but because of the DLC, I am streaming then. And I guess while we're waiting, I guess I'll also push the Discord, yeah. I'll give a Discord here. Let me see. And you are a spammer, so you get removed. Here we go. Discord server. Let me go ahead and get y'all a link to the Discord in case you want to join us over there. We also discuss Pokemon on there. We discuss other card games. We discuss anime and sports. Recently, I've been posting a lot of AI stuff that I've been developing. So you're welcome to share some of that stuff too. It has to be PG-13 max. Can't have any R-rated or X-rated stuff like that. Would prefer not to have that because I do have a lot of younger people in the Discord, so please don't post any of that stuff. Oh, here we go. We got a code. So V9 R6 JN. All right, there we are. I guess I could take my Great Tusk in there. I was going to do Mudsdale, but I think I'll do Great Tusk. Oh, come on. Don't. Why is it not connecting? There we go. I could take my Ursaluna, but I don't think I still haven't gotten it prepared. Let me see. What was I going to use? I can't remember the other one. Oh, Great Tusk. I don't know where he is, though. I don't want to keep y'all waiting. Let's just grab Mudsdale. Is MewTwo a good idea? Probably not. Yeah, Mewtwo wasn't even on the list, so I would not bring Mewtwo. Basically, if you've got a ground type Pokemon, bring that. You gotta have at least one ground Pokemon that's level 100. You gotta have at least one, come on. Just one. There you go, yeah, bring the horse. Horse should be fine. $95, that's fine. It's a 5-star raid, should be fine. Again, this is just a 5-star raid, and you've got 2 people helping you, should be fine. But when you get a chance, you may want to train up that Mudsdale. Seriously, he's not, you know, like I said before, he's not the hardest hitter, but he has decent attack. And he does have good survivability. In raids that he is built for, he has good survivability. Hey, look, the bug is back. We've got another random Mudsdale in the game. Yeah, I love that the bug is back. Yay! I'm just slowing him down. Not that that really matters, because Yamas is just going to kill this guy. Yeah, this was the bug a while back, and I guess now it's back. See? Yeah, that was pretty easy. That's why I wasn't worried. As soon as I saw the Ursaluna, I was like, oh, this will be fast. That was funny. We saw the ball go by the Mudsdale. It just went shoop. Kind of weird though. I hadn't seen that bug in a long time, like months. I thought that, I mean, because I knew they said they fixed it. Obviously they didn't. Something broke again. Maybe it's them doing all these little pre-patches for the DLC. Maybe it broke it again. Actually kind of hoping that there's some bugs in the DLC. I want to see some really, like, just some silliness. Like a Pokemon that just, like, I don't know, like, sticks to a wall or something. I don't know. Just something goofy. Anyway, I am done, guys. Again, join us over in the Discord. I'll be available on the Discord for a little bit today. I will see you all again next weekend for more Tera raids and stuff. Hopefully we won't have to talk about the border again. And until then, be nice to each other. Don't eat any pink tacos, because why did I say that? Don't go eat a carrot. I don't know, man. What am I supposed to be saying here? Hold on. Where's my? There we go. Okay, I gotta log in and do this for you all, because you know this is what I do. I usually give you all a goofy little song to end the streams with, so that's what I'm looking for. Where's my goofy song? Is this it? No, that's not it. Okay. Stop it! Okay, have some Kana-san.